already. So, and then they would just be in the woods. I think it's quicker this way, whereby she will ask for a specific document, and you can see our response. Usually, we send it the same day.
Mr. Boy, sorry to interject. The committee have a work to do, and basically, we're the ones sitting out on top here. As you can see, we've been just down working. And the only way we can work is with documentation. I can assure you, the more documents you give them, the earlier they would sleep, because they'll be able to finish their job. So don't wait for the questions. Just forward the documents.
Honorable, permit me, it wouldn't make sense, because I will give them 2 suitcases of documents.
No.
They wouldn't know where to start.
Chair, if you permit me, just come behind me. You would find over 3 suitcases here. There are extra 2 inside my car. Where to keep the documents and read them is not a problem. Because what is happening now, as she is posing the questions, you are giving her the documents, which means she would not even have the time with the investigation team to probe into the documents and ask the relevant questions. Chair, I would request through you that Mr. Barry supply us all the documents he is having. It doesn't matter how voluminous they are.
I think lead counsel will facilitate that. Like Honorable said, that will save the committee's time and also the witness time. Propose a list to him and any relevant document.
All right, thank you, Honorable Chair. And before we move ahead, I will just apply for an order right now that the committee makes an order for the witness to produce all documents that he has that are in relation to the assets of the former president. All documents that he has to be produced as soon as possible. And Honorable Fofana is right. The issue here now, the reason why I was making you read out that Excel sheet is because I needed time to look at the document. So that is what is happening. We're receiving documents as we're going through, and I need to take a little bit of time to look at these documents. So if I'm receiving them as on seat, I would need to stall a little bit to quickly browse through. But for your benefit, I will read all the classes of assets again. The first one being the construction equipment. Class 2 is the vehicles. Then we have companies owned by President Janneh. Then we have shares in different companies owned by President Janneh and his associates. Class 5 is the landed properties, and the last class is the rental properties. If you need this to be sent to you, I can have the investigation send you the list. But I think it's a short list, so covers everything.
It's a short list, but the documentation. Anyway, I guess when I provide it, you'll understand where I'm coming from.
We've received boxes of documents that when you put them in a pile, they're taller than I am. So it will not be a problem. Be rest assured the committee has a team that can review these documents. Oh, we will prepare a written order as well, so that before you leave, you can take it to form guidance for you and your team when you're producing the document. We will skip now the companies owned by the former president for another day, and we will get into class 4, which is the shares owned by the former president and his associates in different companies that are in the Gambia. The first being, let me say, we can start with Comium.
Sure.
Okay.
the documents for Comium was shared with you, not so?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you want me, how would you want me to proceed?
Oh, I was just waiting for you to be ready. I will guide you through the process.
Okay, thanks.
After you received your engagement letter, you had stated that the Attorney General and his team had given you a list, a master list of properties. But was this just for landed property?
Yes, for the master list, it was for property.
It was for property. Okay. Did you eventually receive a list?
For the companies?
Yeah. And all these other, including these companies that
Yes, I believe.
the different companies,
Yeah.
and Comium as well.
Yes, but most of them were inactive. So that's the list I said that I will
Yes.
show
How?
you.
All right, no problem. But when did you receive Comium?
It was early on, I guess, when the assets of the close associates were frozen and handed over. So I don't know, I cannot tell you a specific date.
But your documentation would show the specific date in which you received information.
Okay.
Would it?
Yes, it would.
From the AG
From the AG, yes.
with regards to Comium.
Yes, they always communicated in writing.
In writing. Okay. What was the first course of action that you took when it came to Comium?
We engaged the management of
Okay.
the company,
All right.
informing them. I believe actually it was the Office of the Attorney General informing them that the shares of Buzz are now to be transferred to the receiver.
Okay. How many shares were these at the time?
I believe it was 5% of the company.
Okay. So once the AG contacted the management, did you also follow up
Yes, we did.
after that?
Yes, we had several discussions with them because I believe their memorandum and articles had this issue of right of first refusal.
Okay.
So that's why it was offered to them first. But then we had to do our own independent evaluation. Evaluation that both parties agreed on the value, and both parties agreed that they will share the cost of the valuation.
Okay. So as for their memos and articles of association, the company is supposed to get the first right of refusal, which at the commencement of engagement with them, you were already aware of this, or was the company the one that informed you about
No,
it?
we were not aware in the beginning.
Okay. And the AG was not aware too?
I cannot, I'm not certain about that.
Okay, but the AG never told you about the first right of refusal when it came to the shares?
No.
Okay. So you engaged the company and you were informed about this article in the memos and articles of association, and that is when the issue of valuation came up. Right after you received information about the company being the first to buy those shares.
Those shares. Please, can you ask the question again?
Okay. So my question is, was it immediately that the company informed you about the first right of refusal? Was that when you immediately decided to engage the services of a valuer so that you would know the value of the shares, or did that eventually, did that come up later, the issue of getting a valuer for the shares?
We would have always got a valuer for the shares.
All right.
So it was just a question of when.
Okay.
So it wasn't a question of if.
All right. So from the moment the AG informed you, the AG here means AG and his team, informed you about the shares at Comio, did the AG ever tell you that perhaps the government would want to retain these shares, or was the decision always to be to sell the shares?
Okay, I guess we need to transport ourselves back to that period.
Okay. Take us
Commune,
back.
Commune was in serious financial difficulty, and it was nearly a collapsed company. And it's totally different from what it is today. So the issue of government keeping a stake, it was never
Option.
It wasn't an option.
Okay. All right. Okay. So during this time that Comium was facing financial difficulties, so the only option was to sell these shares at the time. So when you stated earlier that the getting a valuer was something that would be done eventually, but in the beginning that was not the focus.
In the beginning?
Yeah.
No, it was always...
Okay. It was always one of the first course of actions to be taken.
Yes, it was... the issue is you've now been given the shares. So do you now do the valuation and open it up, or you sell to the existing company? So valuation was, high up there, because we wanted to deal with it, and we were not sure how long this company was going to exist.
Okay. All right. So let me just get this straight. You had earlier stated that when it came to valuation, you agreed with the company to share the cost.
Yes.
And you also agreed with the company on who should be or which firm was going to be used.
Yeah.
To do the valuation.
So we identified the firm, and they agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
You identified the firm.
We identified, and then they agreed.
And they agreed with. Yeah. So when it came to negotiations of price,
so you see,
were they involved in that, or that was also left with you, and then you would inform the company of the price?
Yeah. The reason why we adopted that approach of getting them to accept the valuer and getting them to pay half of the valuation fees is to sort of set ourselves up that both parties will agree to the valuation that's done by an independent party. So there will not be back and forth. Because in telecoms, telecoms valuation is quite a specialized area. So we just put ourselves in a position whereby whatever the valuation is what Communion would be asked to pay.
Was this also something that the Attorney General was aware of at the time? Or what was the receiver independent to make such decisions?
I believe we were independent, but it was an exercise where really we carried the office of the AG along.
Okay. All right. So what was the process like in selecting a firm to value the shares at Comium?
There was no process. We approached DT Associates directly, and we know that they have the capacity to do it. And then we negotiated and agreed the fee and asked them to get on with it.
Okay, so there was no room to look at other firms. It was just DT Associates.
Yeah, it was only DT Associates.
And this was a decision you made.
Yes.
Is there a reason why it was just DT Associates?
I'm comfortable working with them. They used to be my former firm, so I know their capability.
Noted. All right. So DT Associates were engaged and the fees were agreed upon. And then Comium also agreed with these fees and they did the valuation. How long did it take the firm to do the valuation?
I can't tell it from the top of my head, but usually between 4 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. And this took place in 2019 or 2020?
I think from the correspondence I'm seeing, I think it's probably the latter part of 2020 going towards 2021.
2021.
I'm seeing some correspondence dated February 2021. So probably we may have started the exercise, but we submitted the valuation.
Yes.
I guess you have it. I just don't have it in front of me, so I cannot.
Okay. We will. We might take a look at the valuation, but it's quite a big document. It's a bit big. So we wouldn't spend too much time going through it. A lot of figures. The committee might take that up with you when they asking questions, the questions they have.
Okay. So to be specific, so they submitted a proposal in November 2019.
The proposal.
Yes.
From the firm.
From the firm was
Okay.
November 2019.
Apart from the services of DT Associates, did you also engage the services of any other company, specialized individual when it came to Comio?
To come here, no.
So it was just DT Associates.
Okay. Because it was a valuation of shares.
And when you started working on these shares with Comium, did you ever maybe contact the regulator of the industry?
Regarding the shares,
The receivership and the share?
I don't think so. I can't even recall who the receiver was. Who the
Industry
regulator
regulator.
was. I don't think I can remember those days.
It was Pura.
I know it's Pura. What I meant was the person.
I mean, it would be the institution that you'd be.
The DG. I'm trying to recall the name of the person who was the DG of Pura at that time. I do know that Pura is the regulator.
Okay. I was going to be very surprised if you say that you don't know the regulator. All right. It's quite interesting. That was a very interesting period for Comio before the financial issues. I would think maybe perhaps the regulator would provide some help or something like that. That is okay.
I believe the regulator would have come in if the shares were they were 10% or more.
Sorry?
I believe the regulator would have been involved if the shares were 10% or more.
Of course, there's a threshold for transfers. All right. So, take us through the valuation process. Can you just explain to the committee after the proposal was submitted, the content of the proposal, parts, and what eventually was the outcome of the valuation exercise?
you don't mind to share that evaluation. I don't have it.
You don't have a copy?
No, I don't have a copy.
Secretariat, kindly perhaps come and take one of my copies and show the witness. Honorable Chair, has the committee found the chromium valuation report? It's in volume 1 of the witnesses' submissions. It's about halfway into the document. Yeah. It's actually more than half. Okay, I can continue. Are you ready, Mr. Barry?
Yes, actually, I also found it on my laptop.
Okay.
The copy you gave me actually is fading.
Yes, it's quite faded.
Yeah,
That is.
but
You
I'm
gave it to us like that. I didn't give it to you. Okay, you can see I actually give you the original. So you can tell how bad my copy is that I'm managing.
Okay.
Yes. Perhaps maybe after you can send us the digital copy.
Yeah, I can send it after.
Yes, because all right. Since you have it on your laptop, maybe it's going to be disturbing you. You can
No, it's
return.
okay. I think we prepared a very. I might need it later.
Okay. All right.
So
No
let me-
problem.
I can just put it.
If you're ready, I am. You can just take us through.
So it's quite a bulky document, but it's a lot of
Numbers.
numbers and information. So I'll just summarize it for you, but so that we can appreciate how they arrived at the value. So one of the things they've done, the first thing is the limitations and the assumptions. So they've highlighted that they relied on the financial year 14, 15, 16, and 17, and FY18. For FY18, they had not had the independent audited accounts, so they relied on the management accounts. And financial year 19 was also based on management accounts. And they cautioned that we should note that they had not carried a due diligence process. And they stated that since the purpose of the valuation is for the majority shareholder Comium Group to understand the indicative value of a 5% equity stake in the company held by a minority shareholder, which would serve as a transaction price by which the majority shareholder Comium Group would consider acquiring the remaining minority stake. We note that we were not provided with some of the major KPIs typically sorry. We note that we were not provided with some of the major KPIs typically considered in evaluation of a telecoms company, such as market penetration rates, customer base, churn rates, average revenue per user. The other limited assumption was the company regularly reports management fees as part of administrative expenses. These fees represent 13.9% of the reported EBITDA in FY14. But due to a general decrease in revenues coupled with a relatively fixed cost base, management fees in FY19 were almost double the reported EBITDA. Next paragraph, the company reported loss over equity in all analyzed periods and had been financing all cash shortfalls from financial support provided by the parent company. We understand that there is an intention to convert all those facilities into equity. For the purpose of this valuation, we have treated all non-commercial dues to the all non-commercial dues to the parent company as part of the company's equity. Telecommunication companies are typically evaluated using the discounted cash flow approach and market approach. However, the management did not provide us with any financial forecast for the company, and we could not deploy the discounted cash flow method. Our valuation has been restricted to the market approach and adjusted net asset value. The absence of financial forecast also limited our ability to ascertain turnaround plans that the parent company has in place for Comium. Those were the limitations and assumptions. I will further go through the limitations and assumptions. It says here, management provided us with documentations on an ongoing legal case involving a former employee of the company. The case comprises a claim against the company for wrongful dismissal. Next paragraph is saying, we understand that the company has invested 1.25 million into Africa Coast to Europe, the ACE submarine cable, out of US dollar 2.5 million allotted to it according to a joint agreement signed on the 12th of July 2012 between the government and Comium. We have treated the subject investment as part of core operations. Next paragraph, we understand that the purpose of the valuation is a potential transaction whereby majority shareholder Comium Group would consider acquiring 5% of the minority stake held by the receiver trustee. We understand that the next paragraph, we would like to note that the Articles of Association regulate transfer of shares, whereby shares can freely be transferred to members of the family. But if a shareholder wishes to sell its shares to a third party, there is a preemptive right of the other shareholders to acquire the offered lot at a fair value, determined independently. So we go to the valuation summary. It says we have estimated an indicative value of 100% equity in the company as of 31st December 2019 using the following valuation approaches. Adjusted net asset value plus minus 6%, they were valuing the company at 71.9 million. Comparative transaction method and comparable companies method. Our analysis included consideration of macroeconomic and industry trends, as well as performance and financial positions of the company. In deriving the valuation conclusions, we considered the following. Macroeconomic situation in the Gambia is improving and the political situation has stabilized. According to the Economic Intelligence Unit and IMF, the country is expected to accelerate its growth as measured by real GDP, rein in inflation, and attract more foreign direct investment. Mobile telecommunications market is fragmented with 4 licensed operators serving 2.2 million Gambians. Management did not provide us with financial forecasts for the next 3 to 5 years, and the valuation has exclusively been based on historical financial statements. Information for FY19 is based on management accounts which have not been independently audited. The company has been recording decreasing revenues since FY14 with a CAGR of minus 9.8% in FY19 to from the FY14 to FY19 period. Decreasing revenue in combination with relatively fixed cost base resulted in a material reduction in profitability as measured by EBITDA. Namely, EBITDA dropped from 161.2 million in FY14, that is 38% of net revenues, to 16.9 million in FY19. The company posted negative results in the last 3 financial years with significant foreign exchange charges. In the whole analyzed period, being FY14 to FY19, the company reported loss over equity Operations were supported by loans extended by the parent company. The latter have been considered as equity for the purpose of the valuation, since alternatively, the going concern principle would be brought into question. An affiliated company provides professional and technical support in return for management fees. These services were deemed to be on arm's length basis and commensurate with the fees charged. There is an evident deterioration in operations across different indicators, including negative economic value added. The company needs to stop and reverse the current trend. In the absence of a business plan and/or financial forecast, we were not in a position to ascertain whether the management has a turnaround plan in place. We have plotted estimated value range in the adjacent graph. Please refer to the sections in this report for more information on the value ranges on the different valuation methods considered. We are of the view that the value of the company is best reflected by the results of the market approach using EV/EBITDA multiple. Furthermore, based on our analysis and investigation, we have estimated the indicative value of 100% equity in Comium Gambia Limited as of 31st December 2019 from between $103 million to $126 million. The estimated value range translates into a value per share from 1,030 to $1,260 as of 31st December 2019. We understand that the purpose of the valuation is for the majority shareholder Comium Group to consider a potential acquisition of a majority stakeholder by the acquisition of a majority stakeholder held by the receiver trustee. Accordingly, we present below an indicative value range for the subject equity stake based on the indicative value of 100% equity interest in Comium Gambia Limited as of 31st December 2019, estimated in the value rounded from 5.2 million to 6.3 million. We note that the indicative value range for the subject 5% equity stake in the company might differ from actual transaction price for the subject state due to different motives of both sides to the transaction. Also, the indicative range does not take into account elements of control or lack thereof. Due to the various limitations in performing the valuation as noted in the report and as evident downward trend in operations of the company, we have also looked at trends in the indicative value of the company as provided them overleaf. So basically, the range they gave was 5.2 million to 6.3, and I believe we arrived at 5.7 eventually.
Yes, but having looked at the valuation report, and from the parts of the report that you've read, looks like the DT Associates had a few challenges when it came to conducting the valuation exercise.
Yeah.
Can we say this was intentional on the part of the management of Comium? This way, proper valuation exercise will not be done there for a lower price?
No, I can tell you also because I was involved.
Okay.
They were really in serious trouble.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see from even getting their accounts up to date, etc. So the company was in difficulty.
But the unavailability of financial forecast for the team of DT Associates, the management did not provide financial forecasts to enable the team to be able to do the exercise very well. Is it because at the time there was no available financial forecast, or?
No, I mean, if you understand the state the company was, they could have even forecast what was going to happen in 3 months' time. They could have gone under any time. So if you cannot forecast for 3 months, what's the point of forecasting for 5 years? You will just be producing imaginary numbers and with assumptions that probably are difficult to accept.
We know that around 2020, end of 2020, Chromium was still struggling, or perhaps you can say that's the beginning of its demise at the time. But can we say that the company really could not make a financial forecast for a few months? Because I believe around this time the company was still operating.
They were barely surviving. I think they were surviving on a week-to-week basis. So even if they had provided the forecast, it would, at some point they even lost their license. I don't know whether you're aware of it.
Yes.
Yeah. So
A suspension of their life.
yes. So it was after that. So I think they were confronted with some serious management and financial challenges.
Okay. So essentially, perhaps maybe if the government had waited a little bit, they would have gotten more money, because eventually Chromium bounce back.
It's always a tempting assumption. And as I said, with hindsight, everybody is smart with hindsight because you have information. But not necessarily, because
Sorry, please continue.
for Chromium to get back to its feet, probably they will ask the investors to put money into their pockets to revive the company. So probably they would have required the receiver then to contribute, failing which they would dilute the shares. So, yeah, I think the best course of action, I think we took the best course of action based on the information that was available at that time.
All right, but at this time, as far as you know, and from the exercise that was done by DT Associates at the time, the company still, before its license was suspended, the company still had its licenses. And at the time, that was the period the liberation of the international gateway was done, wasn't it? And Chromium did try to also get a license for that, like its counterparts in the industry.
In those days. Yeah, but that was, I think, it was no longer an advantage because WhatsApp was no longer banned and other forms of communicating internationally was lifted. So you are talking about the gateway. So the gateway is only valuable if probably you restrict the use of WhatsApp and other telecoms devices that would ensure that you will need to now use your phone to make direct international calls.
Well, it's not totally invaluable, is it? I mean, there was a rush for between in the industry between the operators of who's going to get the first license.
Well, I guess they didn't appreciate how quickly technology was going to catch up with them. I guess if you give it, I don't know, you don't hear of Gateway anymore.
It's been a few years since the liberalization. But anyway, I just thought maybe perhaps that would have been an advantage for Comium at the time, had it eventually obtained one. But okay, we can see the figures that DT Associates came up with, and the valuation was placed between $5.2 million and $6.3 million for 5% of the company at the time. And the settlement of 5.7, how did that come about?
They really struggled. We had to send them reminders severally, and we had to threaten them as well. But it was really a struggling company.
Why did you have to threaten them?
Pay.
To pay the money?
Yeah, to pay, because they were paying in installments.
Okay. So for the shares, they were paying in installments.
Yes.
So you had an agreement that outlined all of this.
Yes, but they didn't keep the agreement, so we had to push.
In how many installments was the money paid? The whole sum?
I cannot, not from the top of my head.
Okay.
But I can, I'll find out and let you know.
Okay. There's a lot of finding out on letting me know.
Yeah,
that needs to be done.
Yeah, because you have me on the oath, and really I don't want to rely too much on my old brain.
Okay.
And I do have it. I can give it to you specifically.
Sure, no problem.
Where?
So eventually the whole sum was paid.
Yes.
Did it take about a year before they were able to make the whole payment, or it was less than that?
I really cannot tell you, but before the end of the session, I am sure my team would tell me how payments were made.
Okay, no problem. Please let us know also the entire duration and eventual transfer of the shares. So, but were the shares transferred immediately after the first installment, or you had to wait for all the money sum to be paid?
No, because if you transfer, you don't have leverage anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so transfers are only made on when full payments are received.
Okay. Was the AG also in agreement with the installmental payments and the entire duration it took to?
No, we didn't seek his permission.
Okay. You
But
just
we-
allowed the process.
Yes, but we did report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. These installmental payments, was this the only class of assets that this was done, or
No.
other assets
Yeah,
required
most of the assets
were paid
they were
in installments?
in installments.
When we get to the assets that we paid in installments, please let us know. Can you remember when the transfer of shares was finally done?
Exactly when? No, but I'm sure probably we'll share with you the sale agreement.
Okay. All right. And they were also paying into the EcoBank account.
Yes, all of them. I mean, we avoided handling cash,
Okay.
and we were operating only with the designated receiver account, which is mainly with EcoBank.
Okay. And each time they made an installmental payment, you would issue a receipt, or you had to wait until the entry,
No, we should visit as and when
as at when the payment was
payment
was
is
made.
Yeah.
All right. Now that we're done with Comium, I believe we've covered everything with Comium.
Yes.
You move into another company in which there were shares to be handled. You go to GT Bank,
It's still not sold.
but it's still being managed by the receiver.
Yes.
At least this one is an ongoing. It would not be as boring as Comium would be.
Commune is boring.
Quite a big document to go through with all the numbers and stuff like that. But let's go to GT Bank. Might be an easier. When will GT Bank? When were you informed about GT Bank as well? Did you learn about GT Bank around the same time as Comium and the other companies, or
Yes, in the engagement letter.
in the engagement?
Yeah.
Yes, it's stated there in paragraph 3, if I'm not wrong. Actually, paragraph 2. All right. So the paragraph says take over the shares and dividends of former President Yahya Jammeh held at Guarantee Trust Bank. So immediately in 2019, you received the engagement letter. What did you do with regards to the shares in GT Bank? Did you write to the bank, or did the AG write to the bank?
The AG had to write to the bank
Okay.
because they wouldn't release the dividends.
And notify that there's a receiver, is it?
Yes. And ask them to cooperate with the receiver.
You said they wouldn't release the dividends. Was,
Yes.
was that the immediately you were appointed, there was outstanding dividends?
There was outstanding dividends.
Okay. Before we get to the outstanding dividends and declarations and transfer of the funds, what was the process with GT Bank?
So it's, I believe, with when we received the letter of engagement, I believe I met with the CEO, informing him of our appointment, and of course he needed confirmation from the government.
Okay.
So which subsequently was provided by
The AG.
the AG, the office of the AG.
Okay.
And then we worked together in establishing the outstanding dividends, which eventually they paid. And subsequent to that, we conducted evaluation. And they also brought to our attention, they also have the clause of offering to existing shareholders before.
Was that also included in the memos and articles like Comium?
Yes, similar.
Okay. So what happened?
So we did offer, but we didn't get the price that we anticipated. So the shares are still available.
How many shares did the former president own in Comium? Sorry, in Guarantee Trust Bank.
Just give me a second.
Okay, no problem. Are you done, Mr. Barry?
No, I'm still. I think we can move on. I'll give it to you. I'll search it and give it to you. Sorry, it's 4,767,556
Just the shares.
shares. Yes,
You said 4 million
767,556.
767
Four.
556.
Yeah,
At what price? A share?
when we valued it.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you the. Well, this is the valuation is going back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this wouldn't, if the government decided to sell today, another valuation exercise would be done.
Certainly, and
Yeah.
it will be totally different.
And when was this valuation exercise done? In 2019 as well? Or was it around late 2020 like Comium?
I'll give you a precise answer shortly.
Okay, no problem.
I believe you have the valuation with you.
For
Yeah.
GT Bank,
Yeah.
it looks like I have the valuation for Gum Petroleum and Comium. And the various bids submitted for Gampet.
So the shares are $2.78 to $3.2 per share at that time.
Sorry, how much?
$2.78 butuls.
At the time.
Between $2.78 to $3.20 butuls per share.
$3.20 butuls
Yeah, per share.
per share. Okay. All right. So, you need more time?
For what?
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. The valuation for GT Bank, was it also done by,
By DT Associates.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, like Comium, you said at the time for Comium, the first course of action or the only option was to sell. Was this the case for GT Bank, or considering it's been, what, 6 years since the shares has been placed in your custody? Looks like the government is not in a hurry to dispose of these shares.
Well, it's totally different from Comia.
Okay.
I mean, it's a bank that is fairly strong,
Mm-hmm.
and it's performing.
Okay.
And the challenge really for guaranteed trust is to find the buyer, because it has to be from somebody within an existing shareholder, according to the
memos on it.
memorandum on article.
First right of refusal should be with the existing
With the
shareholders,
shareholders, yes.
and they are not interested in buying these shares?
They haven't offered sufficient.
Sufficient amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, it's first right of refusal goes to the existing shareholders, but it's been 6 years, so is government still holding out for the existing shareholders? Perhaps it's time to advertise for the general public
I don't think you're allowed to advertise to the general
at all.
public. No.
So it's the government is just going to hold these shares until somebody within the shareholding structure offers a good amount.
I believe, they still haven't even addressed the issue of phase 4 of the assets. Probably if that is activated, we will now start again to take serious steps to dispose of the shares.
Sorry, you were saying?
Your colleague is distracting you.
Definitely not. I am giving him some exercises to do.
So you're multitasking.
Yeah. You see? So if you bring the documents, we will definitely go through them.
Okay, so what I was saying is phase 4
Yes,
for the assets, they still have not
been done.
been done. So I guess if that is addressed, probably will include the shares of, will reactivate the selling of the shares, probably
Okay.
do a revaluation again, and then have a serious discussion with the existing shareholders, and then engaging the banks, informing them that if we do not have, we might have to now go to the public.
Okay,
But it's subject to approval by the ministerial subcommittee.
definitely. All right. So this valuation exercise, who paid for it this time around?
The receiver.
Just the deal. The bank was not involved then.
The bank is not interested,
Okay.
and it's not on the verge of disappearing.
It looks like the dividends are such a good,
Yeah, they-
quite good.
Yes, they've been paying good
So
dividends.
government is not in a hurry to dispose of these shares.
I think this is one of the least. Government has bigger issues really to
To the assets.
to other issues of governance.
Mm.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Better, more pressing issues than disposing of this asset.
What these assets would fetch, and compared to what government needs,
Mm.
it's a big gap.
Still good money for the government. All right. So valuation exercise was done. Now it's definitely outdated because it's been quite a while. Did the valuation exercise follow the same trend that the Formium valuation exercise followed? Or was this one a bit different?
It's valuing a bank.
Yes.
So I can share I'll share with you
Oh, I have the report here.
you've seen it now.
Yes.
Okay.
But can you just quickly, briefly, just explain the whole exercise for the committee?
So I'll go to the summary.
Yes, please.
It says we have estimated an indicative value of 100% equity interest in the bank as at 31st December 2018, using the following valuation approaches: net asset value plus minus 10%, comparable transactions method, comparable companies method, and indicative valuation using GT Bank's group relative metrics. GT Bank reported net book value of equity of 6.86 million as of 31st December 2018. Our analysis included considerations of macroeconomic and industry trends, as well as performance and financial position of the bank. In deriving the valuation conclusions, we considered the following. The Gambian banking market is growing, and it is expected that the market penetration rates will continue to increase. There are a total of 12 banks in the market. Most of the Gambian banks have reduced their loan book and used available funds to increase exposure to government debt. Yields on government bonds have historically been attractive, but there is a general trend of their reduction, making traditional lending more lucrative. Key challenges to the potential expansion of retail and wholesale lending is lack of information on creditworthiness of customers and security for loan. The bank has established a strong presence across the country, 16 branches, and is enjoying a strong market share across categories: assets, loan, deposits. Being part of GT Bank Group allowed the bank to introduce innovative products and services besides the traditional ones offered by most of the competitors. As other banks in the Gambia, the bank is heavily invested into government debt and has been reducing the size of its loan book. Loans are mostly placed with corporates having challenges to expand the lending to retail, to expand the lending to retail. We identified an increased provisioning in FY16 coupled with an increase in the ratio on non-performing loans to 7.1%. Nominal reported interest income has been a decline, predominantly driven by the decrease in yields on government securities from peak in FY16 of 16% to 7.5% on average in FY18. On the other hand, average interest rate on the loan book has remained stable at around 16%. The drop in interest income has slightly compensated with stable income from fees and commissions, representing 5% interest earning assets. Summary. We have plotted estimated value range in the adjacent graph. Please refer to the relevant section in this report for more information on the value ranges under the different valuation methods considered. We are of the view that the value of the bank lies at the upper end of ranges indicated by different valuation methods due to the facts and considerations outlined earlier. Still, this value range is not as high as that of GT Bank Group for the same limiting conditions noted earlier. Based on our analysis and investigation, we have estimated the indicative value of 100% equity interest in GT Bank Limited as at 31st December from 835 million to 960 million. The estimated value range translates into 1.2 to 1.4 times net book value as at 31st December 2018, or $2.78 to $3.2 per share. That's it. Yes.
All right. Thank you. we would soon close GT Bank and move on to another class of shares. Are you tired? Not yet. So
I'm here at your pleasure.
okay, all right. So Mr. Barry, the valuation exercise was done. We can say it's no longer as useful as it would have been at the time. So therefore, another valuation exercise would be done again at the cost of the receiver again.
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting. You mentioned that in 2019, after you received your engagement letter, there were outstanding dividends at the bank
Yes.
that was owed to, but these shares are being held by KGI International.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So shares owed to KGI International. So one of the first course of actions at the time would have been to recover
Outstanding.
the outstanding dividend.
Yes.
How much was the outstanding dividend back then in 2019? You don't have to figure it.
But it's something that we shared.
Something you shared
Yes.
in the Comium bulk? Sorry, in the GT Bank bulk?
It would be in the reports.
Okay, and subsequently every year from then, dividends were being received.
Yeah, there was a year that they didn't pay dividend.
Okay. Which year was this?
I think about 2 years ago when they were required to augment their capital.
Okay.
But we do follow whenever dividends.
2022, 2023.
Yes, in fact, there is one that is due, and they are quite reluctant to pay because of these proceedings. So anyway, the Attorney General is going to write to them.
Okay. They're being careful.
No, I think they just want to sit on the money.
Really?
I mean, they were written to before, so what has changed?
The committee has changed. This
No.
is a new development.
It's a new development, but a government has written to you to say that this is the receiver. But anyway, they'll get another letter.
Okay. So these payments are made directly into the EcoBank account.
Yes.
I had asked you about the transfer of funds from the EcoBank account to central bank,
Yes.
the government's account to central bank, and you said it was not. It usually isn't done after every transaction.
No,
It's periodic.
It's done periodic, yeah.
Yes. So how often are these transfers done? Is it quarterly? Is it at the end of the year?
No. It depends on what is collected.
Okay.
Yeah. So if
Is there a certain amount that triggers the transfer?
you don't want to hold, your government is always in need of money.
Definitely.
Yeah. So once it is from the top of my head, I know we've transferred. There's an amount of 100 million. There's an amount of 300 million. Sorry, 250 million. There's an amount of 340 million. And then subsequently, now it's really trickling. It's trickling down. I think the last one was 15 million.
Okay. And when was the when was the last one transferred?
Last one should have been transferred 31st of August.
Okay. Last month.
Yes.
All right. So these dividends, they would also attract the charge of the 5%, 10% 10%?
according to the engagement
Agreement.
letter. Yes.
Well, the 10% has been reduced now.
The dividends has never been 10%.
Okay, they were 5.
Always 5 from the
5.
beginning. But now it's further reduced to 4%.
4%. What has prompted the reduction?
The AG wanted more.
More money for the government,
Yeah.
less money for the receiver. And you agree?
Well, I try not to argue too much about fees. I prefer to focus on the quality of service that I provide.
I mean, considering the amount of funds, 4% isn't bad, is it?
Considering the amount of recovered for government, I think it's
a fair percentage.
anyway. I accepted it.
Because it's a
But,
fair percentage.
No,
What
I would
about
have
that?
preferred to. I don't like arguing really about. I don't like arguing about money.
Of course, you wouldn't, Mr. Barry. That's fine. So, is there an expected timeline for the process of disposal of the shares at GT Bank to begin again, or there's no timeline? You're just waiting for government to prompt or the bank to prompt?
Really, after the process of the committee, I think I would really want to sit with government, and we have a roadmap of closing the receivership. Ideally,
This committee?
yes.
Okay.
Ideally, I would want to finish by December, whatever I'm doing.
Okay, even if the assets are outstanding.
No, I guess if I sit with them and then we focus on selling the assets that have been, I think we can achieve it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just to get the focus back again of the ministerial committee. That look, let's finish this transaction. I think we can do it.
Is it the committee that is prompting this?
I would say
The end of the
probably
life?
probably it would be, because one thing I can assure you, the prices that were achieved prior to this committee, those same prices will not be forthcoming.
Why is that the case?
One, the economic cycle is different.
Okay.
Okay, the outlook is also different. And two,
The outlook from the public.
no, outlook in terms of economic outlook. And it's not only Gambia; it's global.
Okay.
You can see there's crisis everywhere. The other one is certain people that would have bidded for the assets would no longer be interested, because some of them would have wanted to acquire the assets anonymously. So you will not be able to attract those kinds of buyers anymore. So the price is going to be different. I can tell you that now.
All right. That's interesting. I believe we can now say that we've come towards the end of GT Bank.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Barry, before we just move on to perhaps Gum Petroleum, just a quick question about Comium. All the funds received from Comium, they were strictly dividend. There wasn't any money owed to government that
Not dividends.
GT Bank. Okay.
Not. Are we talking about commune?
Sorry, GT Bank, I made a mistake.
No, it's purely dividends.
Purely dividend.
Purely dividends. And they withhold the tax and pay it directly to the GRA. where there is a withholding tax on dividends.
Yes,
So they withhold it and they pay it directly
directly to.
to the GRA.
Okay. Let's go to Gum Petroleum.
Okay, I'm ready for Kapital.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So after your engagement in 2019 June, you followed the same trend with Comium and GT Bank. You also wrote to the management of Gum Petroleum to inform them about the receivership, and the AG will also write.
Yes, and you also met with
And you
management.
have the meetings with management. What did you discuss during this meeting?
We informed them that we have been appointed and that we wanted to understand the operation and that our intention is to sell the shares. But it's a peculiar asset because it has it's a strategic asset that has national security implications. So it's an asset that you just don't sell to anybody and anyhow. So we had to have that at the back of our minds. So we did have several discussions with the management, and they were quite forthcoming. And we inquired about outstanding dividends. So eventually, we were able to get access to the dividends, and then we started to look at how to do the valuation and how to go about getting the best outcome for the company and for the state. I believe yesterday I alluded to the peculiar nature of how we dispose of capital and shares.
Yes, briefly, but we would talk about the whole process. Like I said, it's a very interesting asset that government had or chose to dispose of? You mentioned outstanding dividends, so that was the first cause of action, I believe,
Yes, it was. That's always
to
the first
recover
thing. Yeah.
the outstanding dividend. And you were able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Um, it would have been a few years outstanding, a couple of years.
I believe it was about 2 years. I was
About 2
outstanding.
years.
Yeah.
During the life of the commission. Interesting. How many shares did the government have in Gum Petroleum, or how many shares was placed in the custody and control of the receiver?
I believe it was 31% from the top of my head.
Okay, it's a significant number. Did you contact the regulator at any point to inform them about the receivership and the shares?
No.
So never in the entire process was the regulator involved.
Actually, it didn't cross my mind.
He said it's quite an important and peculiar aspect. And at no point, even in the valuation exercise, did you think perhaps the regulator needed maybe have an oversight in the process?
No, what we did in getting the oversight was we got the management of Gum Petroleum itself.
Yes, but considering the sort of infrastructure the company runs in this country and how important they are to this country, you did not think it was necessary unless to tell the regulator this is what is happening?
We should have, but he could not have been part of the process because as a regulator, you need to.
Definitely, but to just notify.
Yeah, we should have.
Okay.
I accept. We should have. By the way, it's 31.5%.
31.5. That's quite a significant number there. All right. So the regulator was not informed at any point in time, but did the process of the first right of refusal also obtain in this situation?
No.
Like, okay.
That's why we advertised it.
Okay. So for that one, immediately you came in after discussions with the management recovering the dividends, then it was advertised. The shares were advertised.
We decided to do the valuation
Okay,
and then
before advertising.
before
Of
advertise.
course. And the valuation as well, like the other two companies, were done by DT Associates.
For the yes. And for the advertisement, as I alluded to yesterday, it was a two-stage. First one was expression of interest,
Okay.
and so that with the expression of interest, you will shortlist those that you will now allow to go to the next stage of tendering, so that, as I said, it's not everybody that would be given the opportunity of buying the shares in the company. So we just wanted to ensure that the right entities were allowed to bid.
Okay.
So the first advertisement was, you'll find out, is an expression of interest.
Okay. So before we get into the advertisement and the post-advertisement and shortlisting of the interested companies, take us through the evaluation exercise.
Okay.
Did the team from DT Associates face similar constraints like they did in Fomium, or like GT Bank, this one had no issues?
The management was very cooperative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They really cooperated
All right.
and provided the information that was required.
Okay. All right. Please take the committee through the evaluation exercise.
The purpose, it says that we understand that the purpose of the valuation is to provide the receivers of shares in the company with indicative value of 100% equity interest for the disposal of 31.5% equity. This report is therefore issued solely for the aforementioned purpose and should not be used for any other purpose quoted or referred to without our prior consent. The methodology they used, we have considered and applied the following valuation approaches and methods. Income approach, which is discounted cash flow method. Market approach, that is comparable companies method, comparable transaction method. And thirdly, cost approach, adjusted net value. All the approaches and methods are in line with international best practice and international valuation standards. So the valuation summary. The company is fully equity funded, even though similar companies use leverage of 1 times to 1.2 times debt to equity. Any recapitalization of the business would allow extraordinary dividend payouts. Only debt-like liabilities were income taxes payable and dividends payable, totaling 167 million. However, the company also had 146 million in excess cash, resulting in a net debt position of just 20.6 million. Business plan provided by management assumes modest growth in turnover, matched by the expected inflation rate, with other costs also growing at the inflation rate and salaries growing at twice that rate. The business plan assumes a contraction in profitability margins. Still, ROIC is at above the required rate of return. In general, we found the business plan as conservative. We have plotted estimated value ranges in the adjacent graph. Please refer to the relevant sections in this report for more information on the value ranges on the different valuation methods considered. We are of the view that the value of the company is best reflected by the results of the discounted cash flow method, supported by valuation ranges using EV/EBITDA multiples based on the analysis we have done. Furthermore, based on our analysis and investigation, we have estimated the indicative value of 100% equity interest in Gam Petroleum Storage Facility Company Limited as at 31st March 2019 from 1.43 billion to 1.61 billion. The estimated value range translates to a value per share from $40.86 per share to $46 per share as at 31st March 2019. That's the summary of the valuation.
All right. So after this exercise was done, that is, then the advertisement came in. So the strategy that was adopted for the advertisement and sale process, was this decided solely by the receiver?
It was decided by the receiver, but as I said, we always carried along the office of the
Attorney General.
Yes.
And then when it was advertised, was it advertised only in the newspapers, or was it also advertised on the receiver's website?
It was advertised on both, and also we approached oil companies in the sub-region who we thought
Outside the Gambia.
who we thought that are strong
Okay.
and can be a strategic partner,
Okay.
a strong strategic partner for Kapital, inviting them to, informing them of the opportunity.
Which companies are these?
From the top of my head, one was Sahara Energy.
Okay.
Sahara is one of the biggest oil trading companies in Nigeria. And the other one was Africa Finance Corporation.
Okay.
And then I think the third one was Itana Energy as well.
The third one was
Itana Energy,
also in Nigeria.
also from Nigeria, yes.
So all these three companies are from Nigeria.
Yes.
Were they approached by the receiver when it came to Gum Petroleum? Or were there other companies from other countries?
Can you repeat that?
Were there other companies from other countries
From other countries.
that were also approached
Yes.
by the receiver?
Yes, because Star Oil, I believe they have operations in Senegal, Guinea-Conakry,
Mauritania.
Mauritania. You're well informed, and Gambia as well.
I used to work for the regulator.
Okay, that explains.
Yes. So, Mr. Barry, why did you think that it was necessary to contact companies that are outside the Gambia? I mean, Star Oil was already in the Gambia at the time.
To drive competition.
You felt that the companies in Gambia were not strong enough to compete for these shares?
You know, with disposal of assets, the more you have, the merrier. Because if Star Oil now hears that, oh, Sahara is here, they know each other. They hear that AFC is here. So I guess if they really want the asset, if they were thinking of offering a Dallas, they'll say, look, these are the big boys. Let's offer a little bit. So you stretch them. The
Okay.
idea is really to get the best value for the state.
Okay.
Because don't forget, the interest of the state is completely aligned with the interest of the receiver. The higher the state gets, the more the fee for the receiver. So their interests are completely aligned. So whatever we are doing, we're ensuring that we get the maximum value possible.
Okay. All right. So the advertisement for these shares, how long was it advertised for? What was the duration?
Let me start for the advert.
Okay.
The deadline was 15th of November 2019.
Okay.
Let me see when it was. So it was from October 30th to November 15th for the expression of interest.
Okay, 2 weeks.
Yes.
All right. And how many expressions of interest did the receiver receive for these shares? All right. So I feel certain.
No, I'm waiting for you to guide me to the next.
All right. So these 12 companies and that expressed their interest and submitted documentation to the receiver, how long did the evaluation process take after the deadline?
I believe the evaluation was done in December.
Okay, so about a few weeks,
Yeah,
you can say, after the submission.
Yeah, it was quite.
Was it a tedious process? It wasn't. Because at the time, you did not require much from these companies.
Because we've done the evaluation, we knew exactly what we were looking for. So we were looking for a strong company that has the muscle to be able to absorb the shares.
Okay, at the time, you're looking for one company, was it?
Yes.
Okay.
That is that was the intention.
Okay, one company to absorb the 31.5% shares. But eventually, of course, that was not the case.
No, we had to split it.
Split the shares. All right. So when the evaluation was done after the interest, then you shortlisted companies. How many did you shortlist?
So what we did was we shared the evaluation report showing the 5 companies how much they were offering per share, and some of them were not buying the entire shares. Some of them were just out of 11 point something million shares. One of the companies just wanted 1 million. I think that was DNTC. They just wanted 1 million shares, and but the others were looking for the entire 31%.
That is what they were all interested in, the other company.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So when you shortlisted, did you do the shortlisting with, was it just done by the receiver's team, or was it done with the AG's team?
So we just did the analysis.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then we opened the bids in public, inviting the bidders.
All the bidders.
All the bidders.
Okay.
And we read out their offers. Now, following that, we did an analysis and we did an evaluation. Remember, yesterday I said that we involved I don't know whether it was managing director or director general of Kapital. It was part of the evaluation team. So we sent the report to the identifying who was offering what and at what price to the office of the AG.
Okay.
Yes.
So the submission of the bids was done after the shortlisting, after the expression of interest.
After the expression of interest, we wrote to them and then we asked them to submit a bid. Yes.
I believe, was it yesterday you mentioned something about bid security?
Yes.
Was it the process? Can you just explain further the process of what the bidding process was like?
So there were conditions in order to bid, and I believe you were required to provide a bid bond of 250,000 euro.
Euro.
I believe, euro
Okay.
or dollar, but at 250,000. And really, the purpose is to avoid, I would say, foul play, because sometimes they would come and collude. There's possibility of collusion, whereby one would bid a certain amount and another company would bid a different amount. So if they are the same companies and they are first and second, it's possible that the first one would now decline and say that they are not proceeding with the sale, so that the second company will step in at a lower price. So the bid bond is to penalize behaviors like that. So that's why we put in the bid bond, to avoid such instances. I also mentioned that we had a virtual data room whereby we shared the financials, and some of them actually flew in to look at the asset and interview management before submitting their bids.
These companies that submitted bids, they're all registered in the Gambia, aren't they?
No,
Not all of them?
not all of them.
Which ones were companies that were outside the country?
Let me. Do you have a copy of the report on Gulf Petroleum? Not the valuation.
I have quite a number of documents about Gulf Petroleum. But I also have the registration the registration form that was signed by all those present in the bid opening.
Registration form. Okay, if you can kindly read them out, I'll tell you whether they are local.
GNPC,
Yeah, that's local.
Star Oil Gambia Limited,
Yeah, it's international, but they did have local presence.
NP Gambia,
National Petroleum, yes, they are local as well.
Social Security,
Local entity, yeah.
Shaban Mahdi and Son,
Local.
and then I believe the others, GP itself.
No. Is it GP or that must be GNPC?
No, GP. I already said GNPC. Looks like the managing director of GP was present.
Yes. Okay. Okay. You mean you were reading those that were present?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to name the individuals that were present, but just
Yeah. No. That's fine.
and then the others are just officials of MOJ and the receivership and OP, office of the president.
Yes.
So basically, these were the companies that submitted bids: GNPC, Star Oil, NP, Social Security, and Shaban Mahdi and Son, sorry, making it 5 companies.
Yes, you are right. So they are all local companies,
They're all local companies.
all locally registered.
So do we take it that the international companies that were the international companies that express interest?
Yes, you're right.
Okay, but somehow they did not succeed in
They did not proceed.
or they withdrew.
Yes, they withdrew.
Okay, because you did say that there were companies that were dropped.
Yes,
They were dropped by the receiver.
they were dropped by the receiver. I particularly remember Sunshine Insurance because they didn't provide
The required
the
documentation.
documents. Yes.
Okay, no problem. So after expression of interest, the qualified companies were contacted and they all submitted bids and it was all opened at once. Or everybody was present when the bids were being opened.
Everybody was present.
Did this take place at Gum Petroleum grounds or did it take place at the receivers?
This was quite interesting. I think it coincided with 3 years Vietnam. So we avoided Banjul and we had it at Kairaba. At Kairaba Hotel.
Okay. So you thought that perhaps Banjul with its
Yeah, we didn't want
two
to get,
exits, or should we say one exit?
yeah, we didn't want to get caught with whatever was going on.
Interesting. So eventually, the bids were opened, and the companies that eventually bought these shares, was a decision made there, or was on that day, was it solely just for bid opening?
It was solely for bid opening.
Okay, and then the evaluation of the bids was done at a later date.
It was done fairly within this short period, but it was subject of negotiation. So you can see how it was split
Okay.
to different stakeholders.
All right. So eventually, when was the sale process done?
When it was finalized,
Yes. I mean, after the evaluations, um, did the sale process begin right after the evaluations of the bid?
yes, it started immediately,
Okay.
and then negotiations were taking place. And what was agreed was to not to sell the shares to one company, but also because there were some government entities, and because of the national security aspect of the asset. So it was sold to 250 million, or a million shares were sold to GNPC, and then the balance was split between Social Security and Star Oil.
So a million shares was sold for $50 million.
For 50, yeah, because we eventually agreed to sell it at $50 per share.
$50 per share.
Yes. The valuation was calling for between 41 and 46.
The valuation was
Calling for between 41 and 46.
$41 and $46.
The range, yeah.
Okay, per share, and then eventually it was settled at $50 per
Yeah,
share.
because one of the bidders offered to buy it at $50.
Okay, and so everybody just bought at $50.
Well, we convinced them to buy it.
All right. So GNPC, which they bought the first set of shares at $50 each, and then they eventually paid $50 million each.
Yes.
Okay. And then Social Security also bought shares
Yes.
at the sum of $250 million.
625. 250 million, 625.
That is Star Oil.
And Social Security have equal shares.
Well, from what I'm looking at, GNPC paid $250 million, and then Star Oil paid $250,625,000.
So the report,
I'm looking at the executive summary of the report submitted to the report on receiver trustee activities as at 8 May
yeah,
2025.
that's also what I'm reading. I'm reading page 32.
I'm reading, you're reading page
32.
32. I was looking at page 7 and the figures are different.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to page 32, the figures are the same. However, 7, the figures are different. So which one do we go with?
I believe it's page 32.
We go with
The
page,
last table, yeah.
page 32. All right. No problem. Honorable Chair, is the committee following? Of the first volume of the receiver's submission.
Yeah, I think there was an error on page 7
Okay,
on the 625.
page 32. So we can say that both GNPC and Social Security bought each of those two companies bought 5,012,500 shares.
That sounds right.
Okay. And total number of shares were 11,025,000.
Correct.
Okay. These companies, did they all pay for the shares in full at one time?
No.
They all paid in installment.
Yes.
Was this agreed upon? It was this stated in the bidding document that they would need to pay? They intend to pay in installments.
No, we didn't specify
Okay.
the payment criteria,
Okay.
but they did ask for
Installment of payment.
installment payment, especially Star Oil. I think they made 2 or 3 payments.
They may, okay.
Yeah, but within a short period.
All right. So it was not more than 3 installments at any given time.
No, and it wasn't stretched. And
Okay.
also, don't forget that they have issued the bid bond,
Yes.
which they could have been penalized. Yeah, but they showed intent, and they also fulfilled their commitment.
Okay. And then the shares were eventually transferred to
Yes, and
you
it could
guys.
only be transferred
At the end of the
one full payment is
full
received.
payment, when full payment was done.
Yeah.
Again, these payments, were they all also done in their bank account, or were these the companies that required the foreign current, the foreign account?
Or went to the bank.
All went, so they all paid in valid. All right, we've come to the end of Gum Petroleum. And that also brings us to the end of class 3. We have 3 more classes to go. Um, Honorable Chair, I believe this is a convenient point for me to stop and for the committee to ask Mr. Barry the questions it has. We definitely cannot complete all classes of shares today.
All right, that's fine. Can soon. I think Mr. Barry will have to be with us for
He will have to come to the assembly again.
again.
Yes.
So maybe we'll have it next week, Monday,
The upper week.
upper week.
Yes.
Upper week.
But we would send him the hearing notice either by email or.
All right, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Barry, for being with us. You will still have to bear with us. We still have some more questions for you. I'm sure this will not be a normal question between you and the council. First of all, before I give my colleagues, let me just do some clarifications as well. So you were just talking to Council about shares, especially the share that the government had with Gun Petroleum that was sold. Don't you think why was it necessary for government to sell the share and still maintain the shares with GT Bank?
Why they sold Gam Petroleum and not GT. So I was explaining to council that the GT Bank shares are restricted. You can, according to their memorandum and articles of association, you cannot offer it to the public. First, you need to offer it to existing shareholders first. And we did that initially, but the price we could get was not close to the valuation. But the intention is still to sell.
Okay, so but since the expiration of the commission when they recommended it already. So being the receiver, since the expiration of the commission and they recommended in their white paper and all that, being the receiver for almost now close to 7 years, I think, 2019 to date.
About 6 years.
6 years now. Have you been looking for a potential buyer, a shareholder within GT Bank, or you have not been doing that? Since the intent was to sell.
Yeah, we have. Actually, we did get an offer, but government turned it down. We got somebody from outside the bank who offered, but government did not accept the price.
And you say government, who exactly? Is it which ministry exactly? Who?
Well, you know, there's a ministerial committee that's looking after these assets.
Yes.
So it's communicated to the Attorney General, who chairs that subcommittee.
Okay.
And I'm sure he's discussed it with his colleague. And the response was no, not at that price.
And that is recent, or how long?
I would say sometime this year or late last year.
Okay.
Yeah. But I also agree with them that the price that was offered was not adequate.
What was the last amount of dividend that you received as a receiver? Or
What was the
last amount that you received?
for?
The dividend paid to?
Or dividend from GT Bank?
Yes.
Last year.
Last year.
And they're supposed to pay this year.
What was the last amount?
The amount of dividend that they paid.
Yes.
Okay, if you can allow me to
look at that.
look into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And possibly what you do is, because I know it's paid every year from 2019. Does it start in 2019?
There was a year that it wasn't paid, but the question you're asking is the answer is part of the documents that we shared, is to just put it together for you. Well,
Yes.
it is available from the secretariat.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe we'll need it in. It's not very much, clear in the document. I'm not sure. So I was not
Okay.
able to see it. But if you can just put them together for us,
All right.
a number of years, cumulatively how much exactly, and then so that we know exactly the amount. Huh?
So that it is easy to, yeah.
Yeah,
So the amount of dividends received to date.
exactly. That's
Okay.
yeah. So I was also going to ask. I'm sure I will not get into much about sales. Alpha Capital. You are the chairperson of Alpha Capital.
I'm still this. I'm still the chairperson.
Still the chairperson.
Yes.
So in 2019, you registered Alpha Capital.
No.
When did you register?
2017.
2017.
Yeah.
Okay. And in 2019, you got this job with government to.
Yes, but
To
I
be
got
registered.
I got the job in my personal capacity as Alpha Barry.
As Alpha Barry.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I discussed that with the council yesterday. The appointment was in my personal capacity, and usually receivers are appointed in your personal capacity. Yes.
Oh, but now here you're called Alpha Capital, and then you got this job in your personal capacity as Alpha Barry. Now, what brought in Alpha Capital in?
Alpha Capital would be the structure that you will use, because the bank account will not be in the name of Alpha Barry. Bank accounts would be in the name of the firm.
But why was it that the firm was not contacted to do this job?
As I said, even if a firm is appointed,
Yes.
you would need to identify a particular individual. That's how receiverships work. So you either give it to an individual, if you give it to a firm, you have to name a particular individual in that firm to execute the assignment.
So between 2017 to 2019, before getting this job, have you worked for any organization in the Gambia that you have served as an advisory?
Yeah, I mean,
Not in your capacity, but Alpha Capital now.
no, not in my personal capacity, yes. Not in Alpha Capital, no.
In your own personal capacity, you've done
Yeah.
that.
In my personal capacity, yes.
Okay. Maybe the next thing I'm going to look at is when I ask about the BPI, the vehicles. There were two bidders. Is it normal for? I know you sold those because they are sold. Were they sold in auctioning, or how were they sold? Bidding and then they.
There were more than two bidders.
Yeah, I know there were more than two bidders.
No,
But-
there
but
were more than two bidders.
At the end of the day, two people won.
Two people won. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So one of the bidder is an auctioneer for some of the materials sold within this very commission.
Yeah, but he has nothing to do with. He's an auctioneer in his personal capacity, but in terms of bidding for those assets, he bidded it for under his name.
Does that does not amount to conflict? Because he knows very well that these properties are there. He knows already, and he went for them.
Can you explain why you think it's a conflict?
I just want to learn from you because you were the receiver, and then they bought it under your watch. So I just wanted to learn from you. If that is not a conflict, just tell me.
He was an auctioneer, but not working for me.
Okay.
So he's never worked for me. I think he's done auctioneering for the commission.
Yes.
But as far as these assets were concerned, they were not auctioned. It was a closed bid. Yeah. So there was no conflict at all.
Okay. That's fine. The final thing, you made mention that the reserve price is just a guide.
Yes.
That's valuation is done. Now, if the reserve price is a guide, and then you went and sell the property below the reserve price, and I remember you said the business is between a willing buyer and a willing seller. I'm not sure it's necessary now for you to go in for the valuation then, because you can sell even without doing the valuation. If that is the case, the willing buyer, between the willing buyer and the willing seller. Now, the issue of doing the valuation to get a reserve price is no more necessary then, because I think the reserve price is the limit where you cannot go below that. At least you have to have something above the reserve price. What do you think?
All right, it's an interesting proposition. But what I want you to bear in mind is it's an indicative price, and you need to know it before you can negotiate. Don't forget, a significant amount of the assets, they bid more than the guide price, but you don't give them back the money, the difference. You don't tell them you've bidded more than the guide price. You still collect it. So it's like swings and balances. Most assets you will get above the guide price, but there are exceptions whereby you will have below the guide price. But at the end of the day, it's for government to decide. What I have done is to go through a process. They could have said, no, this is below, we will not accept it. Can you do it again? But they will look at the whole picture and say, look, if you look at the totality, what we are getting, it's significantly more than the guide price.
Okay.
But you really need to, for example, if the asset is $1 million and somebody offers 100,000, you know definitely this guy is not serious. So you will probably advertise. But if the asset is $1 million and somebody offers 900,000, I mean, it's, give and take plus 5-10%. I think you can accept, or you can negotiate further.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it's government that decides whether they will accept the price or not the receiver. The receiver will do the process and report.
That's fine. That's okay. We will get it there. I will allow my colleagues to comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Boyd, thank you once again for being with us. But can you tell us, when did Jar Oil actually come to you to inform you about the presence of those machineries in the camp? The month and year.
So I was appointed in June. I believe he must have come around July.
June of which year?
No. I was appointed in June.
June of which year?
2019.
2019. Yes. And you believe he must have come in July?
In July, because I think the transaction was concluded in July
of 2019. As per your understanding, what can you tell us with regards to the nature of job Jar Oil was doing at the power plant?
If you look at the list of equipment, it looks like infrastructure. Probably, maybe the platform where they will put the generator. That's probably what my intuition is giving me. Looking at the list of plans, and probably also maybe I know that they had an IPP whereby they were also generating electricity. So probably maintenance of those equipment. But the right person to ask is Mr. Ja, and I'm sure he will give you the detailed answer as to what they were using those assets for.
Okay, but will it be safe to say, in accordance with your explanation, that they were engaged in construction?
I believe so, because some of the equipment is cement mixers,
and as well as maintenance work.
Possibly for the
Possibly.
generators, yeah.
Okay, and then he came to you in July 2019.
I believe in July, yes. I believe in July.
So, with the conditions of the machinery that you found there, as per your own observation, can you tell us whether they were being used?
Some of them were being used, but if you, I guess you've seen the pictures and also the dates of some of those assets. And I had shared the report of the valuer, and one of the things he noticed was some of those equipment, they were brought in here as second-hand equipment, actually. So it's not as if, they were brought in here, and that's why he valued those assets the way he valued them. And some of them were just, as he said, they were scrap.
Yeah, but would it be fair to say that they were being used?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them. How do we qualify that some? Is it most of them? Or few?
I mean, looking at the valuation, I would say some of them.
Some of them.
Yeah.
Would that be few or most?
I cannot answer that as specific as you want it.
Yeah, because we'll come back to that. Look at the number of items. You will realize that the number of items because you've categorized them into 3 layers. That is the main, sub 1 and 2. In the main, there were 53 items. In sub 1, you have 19. In sub 2, it went around 24 items. So, looking at all of these 3 categories, you realize that many of the items in the main, which is around 53, were considerably good. The scrap came in sub 1 and sub 2. So that's why, based on your observation, when you were there, you just want to know fairly how many of them were being used.
So what I believe I'm getting from you is you do not believe that the valuation was the right amount.
No, I haven't asked that question yet.
Yeah.
What I'm asking here is, what I'm driving at is, you said Joel came to you in 2019.
Yes.
And when he came, you went and observed the machinery, right? You want to know, by the time you were observing those machineries, how many of them, proportionally? Is it 30% of them were in use, 40, 50, 60, or 70%? I haven't talked about the valuation.
I cannot tell you specifically.
You cannot tell us specifically.
No, because we hired an expert to go and do the valuation and observe those machinery.
We'll come back to that, Mr. Barry. But to proceed now, Joel came to you in 2019. And the Janneh Commission was established since 2017. And they have the mandate to recover the assets of the ex-president. So which means from 2017 up to 2019, Joel was using assets in construction and maintenance which didn't belong to him.
Okay, it depends on when Bazi was declared a person of interest.
I will ask you that question now. When was Bazi declared a person of
I don't
interest?
have it on top of my head.
As the receiver, don't you think it was your mandate to know that?
If you give me time, I can tell you. So,
No. I mean, at that material moment, when he came to you,
yes.
don't you think it was your responsibility to determine when Bazi was declared?
I knew when Bazi, at that time I knew when Bazi was declared as a person of interest.
Can you tell us now?
So, no, I have to, it's not something that I can just recall from the top of my head. I can go to the documents and, so the specific answer you want, I need to refer to my...
Now, was it in 2017? Now, let's widen the scope.
No, if you give me time, let me look at it and give you a specific answer.
Okay,
So
I can give you time because my next question will be in connection to that.
Okay.
Okay? I would apply, we give the witness 3 to 5 minutes. Let him give us that. Yes.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Barry, we can give you 5 minutes to look at that.
So what I have here, I mean, at the date of my appointment, he did say that to take over the shares and dividends of Mohamed Bazi, a close associate of the former president, held at Kapital and other companies in the Gambia. So I don't have specific as to when he was, but at the time of the appointment, it was stated.
Yes, that's why I'm asking, like, being the receiver, by then, would it not be your responsibility to know when Bazi was declared, given the fact that an individual have come to you claiming to be in custody of Bazi's assets?
Really, for me, the relevance was for him coming to me and going forward and not looking back.
No, we'll come to that relevance. Unless and until if your answer is, it will not be of interest to you to know when Bazi was declared.
At the time of my appointment, I was told to look after the assets of Bazi. For me, that is relevant going forward.
That is what was relevant to you?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier on, you said Jah Oil came to you, and then you took that, how do I call it, like, I'm trying to get the right word.
In good faith.
Thank you. You took it in good faith because it would have been difficult. Or maybe they would have been using it unnoticed. But the scenario I'm trying to put to you here is, these assets didn't belong to him. And he was gainfully benefiting from them. Gainfully. He was gainfully benefiting from them. From the inception of the Janneh Commission up to when he came to you. In fact, up to the time they were sold to him. Is that correct?
Well, that's your position.
No. That's not mine. I would refer you to the document you provided us, Appendix 1. You can go to page 23. Just go to Appendix 1, page 23 of the document you provided to the committee, where you have the used construction equipment at Birkama. And you read the last paragraph to us.
Okay, from what I have here, it says Jah Oil had expressed concern that moving the machinery and equipment out of the site would severely affect operations at the power project. Is that the paragraph we're talking about? A valuation was done at 8.9 million and an offer was made by Jah Oil. Okay.
Just the first one. And what is your understanding of that?
He's expressed concern that moving the machinery and equipment out of the site would severely affect operations of at the power project.
Meaning he's benefiting. Meaning the machines are positively adding to the work he is doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't express concern. So what I'm trying to drive at here is, yes, it was good that he came to report that he have the equipments. But again, whether he did it or not, time would have caught up with him. And again, it wasn't a favor that he is doing it. And I want that to be established before we go to the next phase. Jah Oil was benefiting from these machineries. And he wasn't doing a favor to the Janneh Commission or to you as the receiver.
I agree that it's not a favor.
Thank you.
He stepped up by declaring that he's using assets. I don't think it's a favor because
Thank you.
he at that time, at that material time, he didn't own the assets. So it's not a favor. He's coming forward to declare that he's using the assets.
Thank you. And at that material time, he was benefiting from that.
If he's using it to execute and he's been paid, yes.
Thank you. Once that is established, we can proceed. Did you probe into why it took him so long to report them?
Did I ask him?
Yeah, did you probe into that?
No, I did not.
You did not. Okay. So eventually the assets were sold to Jah Oil at 7 million.
Yes.
And the valuation price that was reported was 8.9 million.
The guide price, yes.
The guide price.
Yes.
Did you confirm that guide price?
We commissioned it.
You commissioned the guide
Yes,
price.
yeah, we were the ones that appointed the gentleman that did it.
Okay. Now let's try to segment the guide price into the three components. The first component is the main, where you sold 53 items. Did you have the total of the guide price on that?
Is it not the 8.9 million?
No, the 8.9 million is for all the three sites. The report is segmented into three categories.
Okay.
You have the main, you have the sub 1 and the sub 2.
Okay. It's the one that I shared this morning.
Yes.
Okay, let me just have a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have equipment and machinery, yes, the first one.
Mm-hmm. In that main, you will have a total of 53 items.
Okay, that's on the equipment and machinery. Because there are two shells, there are two cells. One is equipment and machinery, the other one is vehicles.
I wouldn't know exactly which one you are talking about, but I'm talking about the list of items that you've shared this morning with regards to the inventory that was taken at the Birkama site for the Jah Oil.
All right. So what's the first item on that list?
Compact loader skid.
Okay, then I'm reading from a different.
Yes. And the
Okay, I think you are referring to the first one that it was the one I sent yesterday. The one I was reading from this morning.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, I am there.
Okay.
But that one has all the assets.
All the assets as in?
Jumbled up. So the first one is the compressor Ingersoll Rand. Is that the one?
Yes, but can we confirm something?
Mm-hmm.
The list here, is it the list of items that were at the Birkama, rather, which Jah Oil reported to you?
So these were the ones that the value one
Mm-hmm.
went to value, and this is what he was shown.
Perfect. Hmm? Yes, and is it in respect of these items that the 8.9 million was reported
Yes,
as the guide price?
the total items. Yes.
Yes. So that's what I am saying. Whether you've confirmed the total of that guide price.
If I add the value, no, I haven't.
Yes, because if you add the values and segment them into the three components,
Yeah.
Instead of 8.9, you will have 9.8. So there is a transposition.
Okay, I can do that exercise.
Please.
And
Please do that exercise and let us know by the time you come again.
okay.
You know, but I can tell you for sure. Just a moment. That the main, you will have 6,719,500, and the sub 1 is 1.5, and the sub 2 is 1.6. That is a total of 9.8 million.
Okay, we will do the breakdown,
Mm-hmm.
and then I will let you know where the error is.
Yes, and that takes me to an earlier question that was asked by Honorable Chair. Because with this guide price now, selling it at 7 million would indicate that you've sold it below the guide price by a margin of almost 3 million. That is 2,850,000.
That is if your 9.8 is correct.
It's correct.
Yeah, so
Because what you gave us is what we added.
Okay, we will do our own addition and see where the
Yes.
gap
The,
is.
the 9.8 is totally correct.
Yeah, but as I also explained, he made an offer. It's up to government to accept or say no.
Government was not a ready receiver.
Yeah,
Did you communicate the prices to government before selling it?
Of course. I didn't have any authority to sell without government approval.
Who gave you the approval at the government?
I would communicate with the Attorney General, who would communicate with the ministerial subcommittee. So they are the ones that approve.
The ministerial subcommittee
They would approve. Yes.
did the approval.
They would approve it.
And the approval was a wholesale instead of looking at the items individually.
I don't know how they assessed it. One thing I can say for this whole exercise, really, there are certain assets that were significantly above the guide.
Just answer the question I've asked. If I want to question the professionalism of the value, I would ask you. State that question, but I didn't. What I am looking at is the value in relation to the vehicle and the conditions portrayed. Is it a fair value to be attached to it? That's all I'm asking you.
Now, my response is, I am placing reliance on the person that did the evaluation, and I believe that he's a professional. So I accept the value that he has given there.
And you don't question whatever value he gives you, even if at all, after looking at the conditions of the assets and knowing that we could have got higher or something better, you wouldn't question that.
No, not necessarily. I mean, if this is his area, that's why he was brought. And I believe in his honesty, and I believe in his integrity and his professionalism.
Yes, Mr. Barry, that's why we have checks and balances. If you look outside today, or even if you ask me, a layman who doesn't know you that much, I know you are a highly qualified individual. You've done so many great jobs. Your CV is very rich. But here am I. I'm still questioning the job that you've done. Not out of doubting you, but to ensure that there is transparency, fairness, accountability. So it is in that spirit, not to be personal, but ensuring that the process is in accordance with established standards. That's the angle I'm asking you from.
Well, what I can say that your concerns are well noted.
Let's look at another one, Mr. Barry. Let's look at item number 5. It says concrete cutter mounted with petrol engine. It was valued at 2,500. And if you look at the conditions, it says hand starting, starter belt broken. Again, the value.
Yes, please also, I would want to remind you that in his report, he indicated that some of this equipment were brought into the country as second-hand equipment. So I don't know whether this was part of it. So what he had, the information he had at the time that he's valuing, he put it that value. I don't have it, you don't have it. So we need to decide whether we place reliance on what he has done or not. But I'm saying that I place reliance on his professionalism because he's done similar work before.
Yeah.
So he must have had his reasons as to why he valued it that amount. Unfortunately, he's passed and we cannot ask him that.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. And we appreciate, your response. But our responsibility here is to question both.
And I appreciate that.
Yes, and the main reason I have an issue with the concrete cutter mounted with petrol engine, even if at all you'll be selling this as a scrap based on kilograms, that is when it is not working at all, you'll be able to fetch something more than 2,500, just a scrap. But here the conditions are telling you that hand starting, which means the engine can start. The only problem it is having is that the starter belt is broken.
Granted, I accept your point.
Mr. Barry, let us look at item number 8. If you can help us with that. Item number 8. That's the Pajero. Now I'm item number 8. No, 8 left. It's 8. But maybe that one is not numbered. So to make it easy, it's the Mitsubishi Pajero. The Mitsubishi Pajero, which is having a reserve price of 60,000.
I'm looking for, yes, I've seen it.
You've
Yes,
seen it.
Mitsubishi. It just says, for me, it says Mitsubishi.
Yes, it's just Mitsubishi, but if you go to the model,
It says L200 Pajero 4-cylinder.
Perfect.
So I think when I was presenting, I was saying, I don't know
yes,
what it is, whether it's a Pajero or whether, because L200 I know is a pickup.
yes, and if you verify this with the pictures that you've sent, you would see the actual conditions of the Pajero,
It's a Pajero.
and then you would see the number plate also there, very visible. So if you look at the note attached to it, it is saying air condition, leaking not functional. Engine have served the lifespan. The interior and exterior are in good condition. The tires front is good. And the mileage. Maybe you can help us with the mileage, Mr. Barry.
Yeah, I think there is a figure missing instead of the Z.
Yes, because what I'm having is 30,457 Z.
You know, I guess it's 304,000. And if you look at the year 2007,
Is that the year of purchase or year of manufacture?
I guess it would be the year of purchase.
2007.
I believe so, yeah.
You said many of them came fairly used as second hand.
Uh,
How would he determine the year of purchase then?
the 2007, yeah, probably is the year of the month of manufacture.
Manufacture.
Yeah, that's what is usually on the car.
I would believe that, because if you look at some of the items here, the year of manufacture is as old as 1994.
Yeah, some is 89.
Some is 89. So by then you wouldn't be talking about the Birkama power plant. But Mr. Barry, would we appreciate the fact that even if at all the engine is not working, there is nothing, just the body of that Pajero should be worth more than 60,000 based on the note that is attached to it? It says the interior and the exterior are in good condition.
I think it's going to be difficult for us to agree, because you are picking up one asset at a time. You didn't see the asset. We are talking about 2017, 18, 9 years ago.
So, sorry to interject, but we can visualize the asset based on the note that you've given. We are not making it up. We are trying to visualize the asset based on the narrations that you've submitted. Sorry to interject. You can proceed.
Yeah, so what I'm saying now, the person that looked at the asset, the person that had the privy of looking at the asset and knowing that this is his area, has decided to value it at 60,000. And I trust in his judgment. I think it's going to be very difficult for me and you to agree.
No, we don't need to agree.
Yeah, that's exactly.
We don't need to agree.
Yeah, so really, me, if you ask me, I stand by this valuation.
Okay. Then I would ask you this question then. In hindsight, would you have probed into that report more?
You know, when you answer question with hindsight, I mean, it's really an unfair question.
You said in hindsight everyone is right, or everyone is wiser.
Everybody is wise.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
In hindsight, would you have looked into his report? Because you are the one receiving the questions today. And even if at all his entity was to be present here, still we will ask you the questions for two simple reasons. One, he did a valuation, but he didn't choose the method of what? sales.
Yeah. Okay.
And he didn't choose who you were supposed to sell the items to.
So in
That, that is something you communicated to the government and an approval was given to you. So the responsibility is yours. So in hindsight, would you have definitely looked at these items again?
So in hindsight, knowing that Honorable Fofana in 2025 will ask me this question, I would go with him, and then we look asset by asset, and I ask him, why did you value this way?
Would you do that in anticipation of Honorable Fofana's questions, or would you do that because it is the best thing to be done?
You also need to, if you look at this exercise, if you look at this entire exercise that I was asked to do, if you take 6 or 7 assets, they constitute more than 80%, 75 to 80% of the value of this exercise. So I would concentrate on those 6 and 7 assets and spend give more attention to those assets. The others is what is called the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule, whereby you put in 20% efforts and you get 80% of the results. So if you look at this exercise, 6 to 7 assets account for 80% of the value. So the emphasis really and the energies should be concentrated on those.
You know,
I don't know whether you get
I appreciate that. So we will be looking at it from a different perspective, because for us, every asset counts. We wouldn't be attaching equal risks to all assets, but the nature they were maintained or the nature in which they were disposed of really matters. And the main reason I'm asking you these questions, I know they are not comfortable, is because I have an issue in the way they were sold. And I have 3 issues. One, why an individual was allowed to buy all of them. That doesn't mean I didn't appreciate the answer you gave, but to me it wasn't convincing enough. And 2, why is that the sales was not done in accordance to the valuation? The valuation was item by item. The sales shouldn't have been on wholesale, because now it will be difficult to know how much was achieved for each and every one of these items. And thirdly, I strongly believe that there is something fundamentally wrong with the valuation. Looking at the items one by one, going through the list, yes, it is true. Majority of them are scrap. But that doesn't mean that we cannot achieve something better from the good ones. So these are the main 3 reasons why I'm asking, and why am I going through them one by one, is for us to appreciate the fact that since the guide was on what? Was itemized, the sales also should have been.
Honorable, what I can say that is your comments are well noted.
No. I need your answer to that.
I've given my answers. You are saying that you are not satisfied with my answers.
Okay, I will ask you a question now. That was a comment. Now I'll ask you a question. You were the receiver. You were the receiver of the assets.
Yes.
You were supposed to guide the ministerial committee or the government.
Yes, and I did guide.
No, allow me to come. You guided them by giving them an itemized guide on each and every one of the assets. Over 90 in total. Were you the one who gave them the proposal that let all of those items be sold to Jar Oil?
No, he approached me, and I recommended that, yes, it should be sold to them.
You recommended to
Yes,
them
I
that.
recommended it to them. And the reason is, what else would you put those assets to? And two, he indicated that it is important to finish a power project. And
Good.
we understood at that time the issue of electricity.
Yes.
So there were other considerations. So definitely I recommended to the ministerial committee. And I stand by that.
Well appreciated.
Yes.
You recommended to the ministerial committee that the assets be sold to Jar Oil.
Yes. And
Were
I
you
accept full responsibility.
for that? Yes. Appreciated. Now, with regards to the value that was proposed, the 7 million, who communicated that to the ministerial committee?
I communicated to the Attorney General, who would have communicated
To the ministerial committee. You communicated the price. When you were communicating the price, did Jar Oil make individual offers on these items one by one, or he just offered a flat price of 7 million?
offered a flat price.
And that's where the problem is. That is where the problem is.
Really, I don't see it as a problem.
It is a problem for the committee because now if I ask you, even the first item on the list, the compressor rand, which had an indicative price or a guide price of 15,000, how much was it sold for? You wouldn't know.
I think we are going back.
No, we would go back. We would go back because it is not by convenience. It is not by convenience. I wish we had passed that stage.
Really, I cannot add more to what I have already said.
Then what is your answer?
What is the question?
The question is, do you agree that one, the sales should have been done differently, that you should not have proposed one single buyer to the Attorney General?
No, I don't agree.
Why?
Because he approached us and said that he had these assets that I never knew about the existence of those assets. And for me, the way I was dealing with him, that this is somebody who has volunteered. I'm telling you now the situation when he came to my office in 2019, that this is somebody who could have sat on the assets and probably nobody knows. Probably there are assets in this country that some people are still sitting on.
But I think we've passed that level.
Yeah, but you asked me, so
No.
let me answer.
The way you are answering is as if you are taking the initial answer. The answer you gave was, he didn't do a favor. Am I right? You gave that answer.
I gave, yes, but I'm not saying he did a favor. I
Okay,
said,
continue.
here I see somebody who is, well, at that time, is an honest gentleman who is using these assets and is declared that, Bazi owns those assets and he wants to continue with the project. So it's an asset ordinarily that I would not have handled under the receivership. So I would have, I don't think I would have changed that aspect.
And that was the first I placed to you. And before asking my follow-up questions, I told you we need to settle on that. It is established that Ja was actually benefiting from those assets.
So this is,
No, allow me. I think I wouldn't speak when you are. We'll give each other that courtesy.
My
He was,
apologies.
no, it's okay. I appreciate. Ja Oil was benefiting economically from those assets. He was engaged in construction and maintenance as well. So him reporting those assets was the right thing to do, which we appreciate. But does that qualify him to be the sole buyer of them? That's the question. All the assets of Janneh were recovered in one way or the other. The vehicles, others will call and say, I have 2 vehicles in my compound. Others will drive it to the collection center. Others will return it. Of course, others will be impounded. But does it mean that anybody who returns those assets, you would be the one to benefit from them? Of course, you look at other factors. Yes, you can put those into consideration. You can put them into consideration. But here you have a situation. The guide price that was given to you, he was bidding lower than that. If at all, at least, he paid the guide price or over and above the guide price, you could have said that's okay. But in fact, you were doing him a favor by selling the assets to him. Because he said if those assets are moved, they will severely affect his operations. So was it right to choose Ja as the only individual to bid for those assets?
Under the circumstances that I was faced and the information I had that I took at that time, I believe it was the right decision.
Yes, that's okay. The committee would definitely take that response. And Chair, just one last question. If you look at sub 1, yeah. The 7th and 8th items there, where you have 40-foot container and 20-foot container. The 40-foot and 20-foot containers.
Yes, kindly proceed.
There are no narrative notes to them. Can you tell the committee what those two items are?
What page are you talking about? Is it?
You would have to go down. Then you will see sub 1. It's the same Excel sheet that you shared.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I'm still going down.
Okay. The first item on the sub 1 will be the Sedan tractor head. Have you seen that one?
Are you reading from Excel?
Yes.
So tell me the cell number on the extreme left.
Huh?
If you tell me the cell number on the extreme left, you will see.
Okay, okay. Just allow me. I will give you that just right now. Just allow me a moment.
Is it
Check 254 and 255. Cell numbers 254 and 255.
40-foot container?
Yes.
Yeah. It's saying Kapital junkyard. There's no description, and it's valued at 390,000.
Yes.
And 20-foot container, Kapital junkyard, valued at 35,000. So probably, I guess they are just empty containers.
Empty 40-foot container sold at 390,000.
That's what he's valued it for.
I'm asking you the question again. Are you sure of the answer you are giving us, or you need time to go and verify?
No, I am not sure because.
Yes. Then I would apply to chair that you go and confirm what will be the right narrative note to these containers so that we know.
Okay,
because an empty 40-foot container for 390,000 and an empty 20 for 135. No. Thank you, Mr. Barry. And chair, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Barry, thank you. Sorry that we are keeping you that late, because it seems it's getting more late. Actually, I just want to connect from where my colleague stopped in terms of the figures on the appendix, which is Appendix 1, Appendix 2 and Appendix 3
on the report.
on the report. That is what you shared. That is what you shared with us this morning. The 3 documents
All right.
on the valuation
That
report.
evaluation, yeah. But
Yes.
I don't have those.
And you need to have it because I want us to do a very simple and quick exercise.
Can I borrow one from your colleagues?
Please.
Oh, okay, I think she has. The secretary has.
Please. If you look at Appendix 1, main evaluation report
Yes.
of vehicle plans and equipments, is it right to say the figures there are 5,369,500,
Yes, that's what
right?
That's what he's put here. Yes.
Good. Let's look at 2.
Yes.
Is it right to say the figures there are 1,341,000?
That's what is written here. Yes.
Let's look at the 3rd document. Is it right to say it is 1,610,000?
That's what is written here. Yes.
If you add that together, if you sum it up, do you have the idea how much it is? I understand from the report you said it's 8 point.
I can add it then.
Kindly do that quick. But in your report, okay, just do that, then we compare it with what you have on your report.
It comes to 8.3, 8,320,500.
And what do you have in your report as the total? Is it 8.9?
8.9.
Now, what will you say comparing these 2 figures? Or I would in fact say 3 figures, looking at what Mr. Honorable Fofana shared with you, because for him he said to have 9.8 million.
Okay, so if you allow me.
And in your report is 8.9. But after doing the mathematics, it seems to be below that.
Okay, so if you allow me, I will go through the individual amounts to see whether the summary is correct. And then I'll be able to report back to you.
So, can we agree on terms? Tentatively, should we say the report that you shared with us has discrepancies in terms of figures?
Yes.
Thank you. That is very fine. I understand Mr. Mambure is late. Did you appoint him?
Yes, we hired him to do the evaluation.
You hired him because I heard you repeatedly saying that he is highly qualified for the job.
Yes.
By the time of his appointment, were you able to do an assessment to understand what his qualifications were?
We have his CV.
You have a CV.
Yes.
So what does the CV inform you?
I need to have a look at it, but at that time, yes, we believe that.
Do you share the CV with the committee?
I'll try to find it and send it to you. And bring
Now, I just want to ask, do you share it with the committee
his CV.
as part of the documents that you shared?
It's possible because
It's possible.
I remember I know that we shared for the valuer of the properties his profile. I'm not sure whether we shared that of Mr. Mambure, but I can
Okay,
find
I will just apply through the chair that you share that with the committee. Mr. Burry, how do you determine the said equipments to be second-hand equipments? How do you really determine that? Because also I heard you repeatedly saying that the equipments were second-hand equipments.
No, if you look at the valuer's report, he indicated that.
Can I say this? You know, for now, I wouldn't be looking at the valuer report for so many reasons. You just confirmed with me that the report that the valuer shared has issues. So if I want to rely on that report, it might really mislead me.
So I'm telling you why I said that some of those equipment were.
No, I'm just also telling you what my position is in terms of the report. So whatever you are saying, if you are relating it to the report, then you need to guarantee that, not me.
Okay, so I'm saying that in the valuer's report, he indicated that some of this equipment were brought in as second hand.
Were you able to confirm,
No,
either from the bill of loading or from the invoices or from whatever receipts, that the equipments were second-hand equipments before you make a decision or before you communicate your views to the Honorable Minister to actually reach to a decision?
I did not go to confirm. I accepted his narration.
Okay. Also, you said Mr. Jha was in custody of these equipments, let's say from 2017. Let's in fact start from 2017 until 2019 when he reported it to you. And in your report or in your engagements with him, he clearly stated that without the respective equipments, it might really hamper the progress of the project he was working on. As a receiver and also a manager, do you at any point look at the leakage that actually existed during that interval from 2017 to 2019? Financial leakage?
No, I did not.
Will it be fair to let that interval go like that without him actually paying for those equipments in terms of using them for certain services?
I believe that's for him to really answer. But for me, he's identified this equipment and he wants to buy them. So I'm looking at that time going forward, because I don't have any business going back to 2017. My mandate was from 2019 going forward.
Mr. Barry, do you realize, with regards to these equipments and Jha Oil, or Mr. Jha, you were really going back to 2017, knowing fully that he was in custody with these stuffs, and even though they don't form part of the list of properties or equipments that you were supposed to manage, but you took it upon yourself to actually have it to form part of the list. You know, for us, we want to follow every butut. And there have been publications added to that when the commencement of the Janneh Commission informing the general public to surrender or hand over anything that they think is related to the ex-president. And why should he wait until 2019? And why was he exempted from not really paying for the cost of services in using those equipment?
Will Mahadi Toure sound a bidder?
No, actually, Mahadi Toure. Mahadi Toure.
Well, what I have before me is Mahadi Toure.
Yeah, Mahadi Toure bidded
At 2.9.
2.9.
Exactly. So who may be the third person?
No, actually, he bidded,
There were two bidders.
no, three, we received 3 bids according to the, what I'm looking at. So Mahari Toure bidded via envelope, 2.9. He bidded via email, 2.9. I guess he was trying to ensure that really
He got the property.
he's
So he used two
he's-
different approaches to
Yes.
bid for the property
And then the third one was market consulting at 600,000.
at
So it
600,000.
was not sold to any of them.
So who do you sell it to?
Eventually, it was sold to Ajib Bank at, I believe, at 5.5 million.
You believe, but you are not sure.
To Ajib, I'm not sure whether it's 5 or 5.5.
5.5 million.
Yeah, I can.
Does
I can,
Ajib form-
I can tell you now. Just give me a second.
Now we can always trace that.
No, I'll give it to you so that we don't need to go back. It was sold to them at 6 million.
At 6 million.
Yes, that's what I.
Does Ajib form part of those that bid for this property?
No, it was afterwards. So after the bidding, we did the evaluation, and did not accept. There are certain properties whereby what was offered and the indicated price.
Okay, can we get this point right? Because it emerged from yesterday
Yeah.
when I asked you, did you sell land or properties to people who have not bidded for it? You said no.
Yeah. Okay.
You said no. Let's just get that point first.
Okay.
Was that your response? No, yesterday.
Yes, that was my response.
Now, what will you make up to that?
Okay. It's no, the way you ask it, the way you ask the question is as if that property was never tendered. So this property was tendered, and not only this property, there are other properties that were tendered and the indicative price was not achieved, or what was offered was significantly below. So they were not sold, but they had, afterwards we had direct negotiations based on the indicative price.
Yeah, but Mr. Berry, my question was very explicit and clear. I didn't even mention about tender. My question specifically was where properties sold that were not bidded for. You said no, it never happened. You in fact asked me to prove it, and I said the burden lies in you to prove me wrong or right. However, I took it upon myself to prove the facts.
Yeah, I believe if you had gone further and explained, I would have exactly explained to you what I said.
Mr. But I will still remind you again, yesterday when I was asking, part of my questions were accompanied with some explanations.
Yeah.
And you were like, my questions are very long. You don't tend to understand them. Let me be specific. This is exactly what you told me. Wrong or right? And from there, you can tell me what form of questions will you appreciate from my end, whether short or long, then I can decide.
Well, as long as the intention is to identify what has transpired.
Exactly, and
All
also,
of us, that's what.
and also to enhance that the process is as transparent as
possible.
possible. And having someone who didn't bid for a property coming to buy it might actually, create doubts around the transactions.
If, for example, if we had offered, so let's take this example to its logical conclusion. Mahari Toure bid at 2.9. market consulting bidded 600,000, and we decided no, we will not accept this bid. And somebody came and offered 6 million. If they had offered 3 million, which is maybe 100,000, then you can question whether it is fair or whether it's transparent.
No, Mr.
But no, wait, let me finish, Honorable. So if somebody come and offered twice what the highest bidder had offered, and that highest bidder did not meet the threshold, I don't think you can have it more transparent.
No, for me, you should have reopened the application and give equal opportunity to ordinary citizens. This is why we are taking this process as a country, not just maybe to go and call a friend and tell him or her that, okay, this is happening, come and buy. This is what we are avoiding.
But you can see that I don't have any friend in that list.
Well, I'm not really alleging that you have a friend on the list. You might not have a friend, but your friend might have a friend, or your friends might have a friend.
Honorable, you know, for me, what I am concerned about is my conscience.
Right.
I've sold the asset at the best price I can get.
At the best price by following the rules.
No, because
the guy you sold it to never bid for this property.
he was not part, the company was not part of the initial bid.
Then you should have reopened it. If you are not satisfied with the prices, you should have reopened it. Give people that equal opportunity to bid for the property.
As I said,
Maybe Ajib wanted at 5.5. Suppose you open it, you might have another customer who might offer even 10 million. We're talking about Banjul. We're not talking about Janjambure.
that's why we always talk about hindsight. We are all wiser with hindsight.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move. Mr. Berry, let's look at a property number 15.
Same in Banjo,
Dobson Street.
60 Dobson Street. Oh, is it?
All that I have on my document is Dobson Street location.
Property number 6. Okay, let me just look for Dobson.
Property number 15.
Okay, what I have here, number 15 Dobson Street. Is it that one?
Yes, I believe.
Okay, and the reserve price is 3.5.
No, this one, the reserve price is 4.8.
4.8.
Yes.
Okay, that one is Davidson Carroll Street,
Okay.
which is 15th Street.
Okay. Who?
So let me look at it.
How many? You can just tell me the number of bidders and who eventually buy it.
For number that the one with 4.8.
That is the Banjul property in Dobson Street, number 15, which has a reserve price of 4.8.
Okay, let me just look at. If I'm looking at an asset in Banjul with a reserve price of 4.8, it's an asset that is described as number 13 Davidson Carroll Street, which is 15.
Okay.
And the reserve price, the highest bidder was 400,000.
400,000 for a property in Banjul.
That was the highest bidder.
Bidder. No, I understand. I'm just asking.
Yeah. And it was also the bidder there was market consulting. So he was the only bidder and it wasn't sold to him.
Okay. I have a document before me here. This particular property is in Dobson Street, number 15. And the reserve price was $4.8. You have, I think, about two bidders. The two bidders, yes. The highest bidder was Makha Enterprise Consulting via email with a bid value of 3.1.
So let me look for that.
Okay. The other bidder was Paul Elmen.
So if I go to Market Consulting, I will see all the ones that he's bidden.
I think he bought a lot.
No, he bid. No, Market Consulting. I don't think he succeeded. Mahali Ture, yes, bought a lot. But Market Consulting, he didn't win. So if you are talking about
Yes.
under Market Consulting, he bidded for 78 Hagan Street.
Right.
I guess he bidded for everything. So which one? Which you said? Did you
I'm
say,
talking about the property in Dobson Street.
what's and 3.1?
3.1.
Okay, all right. So that 3.1 is 15 Dobson Street.
15, then I'm right.
But the reserve price, that one is 3.5.
The reserve price is 3.5. Okay, on my document I have 4.8. Let me just have the 3.5 here as well. So now, aside from him, who else bidded for the property?
15 Dobson.
Yes.
Okay, so let me. Paul L. Mendy, 2.835.
Exactly. Who ended up buying this particular property? And how much?
So it was not sold under this. So 15 was eventually sold at 3.65, and it was sold to Seringai.
How much?
3.65.
3.65.
Yeah.
And what was the initial reserve price is 3.5.
3.5.
So you sold it at 3.65.
65.
A little bit more.
Yes.
But however, he never bidded for this property.
At the time it was offered, no.
He never bidded for this
No.
property.
And there are a lot of properties in Banjul that went like that. I think
Yeah,
three or four properties.
Yes, if I didn't even stop here, it might take us the entire evening
No, Honorable.
going through this. No, because you said I should prove it to you. So this is what exactly I am doing. Just to make it clear to you that yes, there were properties that were sold out to people who never bidded for the property.
After the property was offered by tender and the right price was not achieved.
Yes.
I think we need to qualify.
Yeah, we need to qualify that, but also we also need to qualify that you didn't open a new application.
I don't think it was necessary because it was advertised. People were given time and people tendered. The ones that tendered that is close to the reserve price were, and then after we were selling it as and when people were interested, identifying assets as, offering amounts that are close to or above the sale price.
Okay, let's progress a bit. Let's look at the money. If I may ask, how much exactly do you generate as a firm or as an individual in the course of your appointment as a receiver?
The total amount? No, I haven't calculated. I mean, it's still ongoing.
It's still ongoing.
Yeah.
Okay, from 2019 to December 2024, Chair, with your permission, can he provide us with how much he have actually generated as a revenue?
Okay, I'll break it for you year by year.
Please, sir. I will appreciate it.
You mean the entire revenue he collected? 27
his commission.
Since 2019.
Yeah, from 2019, the commission he received for taking charge of these properties from 2019 to December 2024.
Okay. 2024.
Yes.
Okay.
2025.
But this 2025 is not paid. Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
Yes.
Then, Mr. Barry, we can add that on the list as well.
Honorable, did you ask other people that provided services the same question?
I asked them more than that
No, no, I'm asking whether you did ask them to provide.
to provide. Almost whoever comes there, I do. It's only Proms who was here as a receiver so far. And I did really ask for documents that I feel or thought are important to this committee. And I'm doing almost the same to you as well, with all fairness. Because that is in fact shifting me to another line of questions.
Okay.
So Honorable, before you go further, Mr. Barry, I think he's in line. Perhaps you might see it differently. We have witnesses
It's
that we
okay.
have asked
It's
for
okay,
them to
Honorable.
present their personal bank statements for review. And I think that is still in order for the committee to look at, especially if you think we can get something out of it.
I believe, asking people to their personal bank statement, I think that's going too far.
Yeah.
Really.
You?
No, you know,
What did you say? Can you come again?
Asking people for their personal bank statement.
Honorable Chair, if I may just comment, Mr. Berry, this is the National Assembly,
Yes.
and this is a special select committee of the National Assembly. The committee asks for whatever it believes is necessary to aid its work. If it requires going through the personal laptops of witnesses, we do that. If it requires the personal bank statements of witnesses, the committee does that. Please turn off your mic. There are no limits to what the committee can do and cannot do. The powers of the committee are very wide, and it's very reasonable that Honorable Janneh would ask this question. It's not outside his mandate as a member of this committee, and neither is it outside the committee's mandate. So if a request is made, I think there's no need to go back and forth or to tell the committee what is beyond its bounds. Just provide the information. If not, it's information still that the committee can get on its own anyway.
Yeah. I will provide it information because it's already available to the auditors. I mean, the auditors are auditing. But to ask for, just to follow up on the, so
No, Mr. Barry. You see, if you want to ask that question now, you are now, I think you're getting out of the box with regards to, I think council told you already. This is a committee, and the committee has its powers. If you read the relevant section in the Constitution as well with regards to the National Assembly, you will see we can ask for anything. These things are not also personal, for us. It's for the committee. It's only going to aid the committee to do its job. So we can ask you anything that is in connection to what we are doing. And I think the question he asked is in connection to what we are doing. You understand? Because you were receiving commissions as a receiver. So if we ask you to provide how much you have received on a yearly basis, that is not outside what we are doing. And the reason why I said we ask people with their personal bank statement, because we believe that at the time they were responsible for something and something must have been paid into their account, and then we requested for that so that we can do a cross check. So that is not outside what we are doing. And I don't think you would have powers to also ask what the committee should request from witnesses. You understand? That is for us to decide. Thank you. We can proceed, Honorable.
I don't have.
If you want to go there, then you will be questioning.
Mr. Barry, maybe if
You will be questioning us now.
No, I just want to say something.
Okay, you go ahead.
I am not questioning the authority of the National Assembly because you make the laws that people abide by. So the issue of, I'm just saying, asking people for their personal statement. We'll talk about it after the session is finished, and I'll give you my opinion. Maybe when the session is finished. But to go to your...
Are you coming to right to privacy?
No,
No,
Honorable.
we will do it.
Honorable, before you go further, Mr. Barry, I think that would be an opinion for you.
Yes, it is.
But
That's what I said.
but I'm not sure that should come from you, because then you'll be discouraging the work that the committee is doing. That opinion, how would it look like? That is the work of the committee. We have powers to request for personal statements, documents, and anything that is in your possession as a witness.
It's well noted, and
Exactly.
I will leave it at that,
Please.
and I'll provide you the information.
Yeah, and Mr. Barry, I think
Honorable, can you?
Yes, Mr. Bal, I think based on your background, you should appreciate the fact that the committee is asking for bank statements, personal bank statements of witnesses. Based on your background. If the committee feels that an individual is in a position of influence and believes there are elements of conflict and needs absolute proof, what should the committee do other than looking at the affairs of finance? So I believe you shouldn't meet chair privately. That should be open because everybody is listening to you. Based on your background and what you do, you should be encouraging the committee to do that. It's in our powers. We will continue doing it. But meeting him in private would not solve that. For me, I would appreciate that you promote that. We know why we are asking for it, and it has yielded dividend in the course of our work. And should we feel that we need the bank statement of Mr. Barry, we'll ask. We'll ask for it. The need is not there because we haven't seen anything yet. But in the course of our engagement, if we realize for one reason or the other, there are certain things that we need to verify, and your personal bank statement can be of help to the committee, we request for it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, as long as it's in line with the terms of reference, etc. But as I said, I think case is closed. I will not bring it up privately. The matter is finished as far as I'm concerned. I'll provide it.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. All that I am trying to do here is to be kind of fair to you. I would make this remark. There have been a lot of information on the public space that you made a lot of millions. And as a representative, one thing that I cannot do is to speculate. And to avoid that would be you furnish us with the right information that could actually help, one, to clear your name, two, to avoid speculations on issues that might not really hold water. But it's not being biased to ask you things that you might feel I might not ask others. For me, if you sit at the witness chair, honestly, there is no boundary.
And I can also assure you the information that you are asking for, I have also already provided it to the auditors. As you know, the National Audit Office is doing their own audit. So it's an information that is available to them. I will also make it available to the file.
Yeah, please, you can get it from them and get it.
No, I'll give it from.
Okay, you have it. Okay. Now, my question is, why do you have to transfer funds from Alpha Capital to the CBG? Is there any reason or rationale behind that?
So if you look at the terms of reference, it says to collect funds, deduct my fees, deduct my expenses, and transfer to CBG.
That is the term of reference. Do you also create time to acquaint yourself with the Companies Act 2013?
Can you guide me in what respect?
In respect to what should be the functions of a receiver?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I am following the terms of reference. So how else would I be able to...
Let me repeat. Do you find time to acquaint yourself with the Companies Act 2013? Yes or no?
I cannot claim that I know everything on the Companies Act 2013 as far as the receiver is concerned.
Do you find time to familiar yourself with Section 384, 373, 380 of the Companies Act.
No, but kindly read it out.
Okay, if you look at Section 380 of the Companies Act 2018, duties of a receiver, you look at subsection C. I read. Chair, with your permission. Section 380, subsection C. Open and maintain a bank account in his or her name as receiver or receiver manager of the company for the monies of the company coming under his or her control. Do you know why I read this section for you?
No.
Because I noticed as a receiver, you said you open an account with EcoBank
Yes.
in order to lodge some of the payments or all the payments that you were generating. But however, you were also moving these funds to a state account at the CBJ.
As I was directed.
No, you know, let's take as I was directed out, we confine ourselves to the laws of the land. Because for me, that is my interest here.
Yeah, let's proceed so that I understand your
Yeah,
concern.
this is why I'm guiding you. You said, let me read it to you.
Yes.
What will be your take on Section 380 of the Companies Act, subsection C? If you want, I can still read again for your understanding.
That the receiver should.
That is, the receiver should open an account and manage all funds.
I believe that is what I did.
No, but you are transferring it. You are not yet ready. If I should ask you if you know the fate of those funds, you may not be able to tell me, because I even heard you saying government is always in need of money.
It is not my mandate to go after how those monies were spent. My mandate is to collect and pay, but to deduct operational expenses and my fees. I cannot go beyond that.
Your mandate is to open and maintain a bank account. Your mandate is not to open an account and wire funds to another account without following the due process.
So really, how would government so you wanted me to keep the money until the...
For me, this is, I'm not a legal person, but this is my thinking, looking at the provision in the Companies Act.
I don't think government will agree with you on that.
Yeah, they might not agree with me. I don't expect government to agree with me. What I expect is for citizens to confine themselves with the laws of the land, not otherwise.
I really don't believe that I broke the law by wiring money to the government according to my terms of reference. So as a receiver manager, who owns the asset? It's the government.
Who owns the what?
The assets. It's the government.
Right.
Okay, on behalf of the people.
But the government appointed you for a specific task. That the same government, before you complete your task, one wouldn't expect for that government to be coming, taking those monies from you. Because those people serving in those government positions, they are serving the interests of citizens, not their own interests. This is why we have legislations to actually guide government work, not otherwise.
Well, I guess it's not the last you will hear from. I'm sure the government will respond when they are here.
Maybe I wouldn't waste much time, but if I will advise, you need to go and look at the Companies Act 2013. You look at section 373, 380, and 384.
Okay, I will see.
Some of these things will better help you to prepare yourself to get a fitting answer for some of the officials that you are engaging with. You know, The rest of it, I wouldn't even talk about it, because even by going on this act, you will realize that something wasn't right in the appointments. But I wouldn't get to that. I will wait for the right person who appointed you and other receivers to give us response and also to justify from point of loss.
Okay, so I will seek legal advice in respect to it.
Please, a final one. You were talking, you were sharing around companies, selling shares to companies or even institutions that were affiliated to Gambia government. For example, Social Security and GNPC. What actually informed your decision in getting institutions under the government of the Gambia to be buying shares?
As far as the GAM Petroleum asset is concerned, we did have people in the private sector that would have bought all of it. But I believe that the ministerial committee saw the need of the national interest in terms of national security of that asset. Because that, at that time, that was the only storage facility for petroleum that was available.
Mr. Burry, yes. You mentioned about national interest. Will national interest not be to transfer those assets to these government institutions rather than selling it to them? Government doing business to itself, kind of.
Well,
or was that a way to actually create an avenue for the receiver to make more commission?
I don't believe so, but you can ask.
In between transfer and sales, where can a receiver benefit more?
I indicated to you there were other people in the bids that were prepared to buy the assets completely, and they're from the private sector.
No, you know, for me right now, I'm trying to protect the interest of government, not the private sector for now, on these specific issues.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, from what you are alluding to, that maybe
transferring the shares to government institutions and avoid selling it to them.
The government will explain to you why they took that risk. So,
but you also, as a receiver,
no, what I can tell you is we had people in the private sector who had the capacity to buy 31.5% of the shares. That I can tell you.
But now, my question is, why are some of these shares not transferred? Instead, they are sold to institutions aligned to government?
I would say you ask that question to government. That's beyond my mind.
Thank you so much. I will really do that. And thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Barry. Council, any clarifications?
Yes, please. Just about 2 questions.
Go on.
1 or 2 questions. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Mr. Barry? Just a question. It's something I picked from your answers to the members of the committee. You keep referring to the ministerial task force and the ministerial technical subcommittee.
No, I never go there. I stick to the ministerial subcommittee.
The ministerial subcommittee.
Not
the task.
Not the technical task force.
Not the task force itself.
No, you know, there are 2 committees.
There's a ministerial task force that has a technical committee.
Yes.
So it's the technical committee that you...
No, I never refer to it because I've never had anything to do with that.
Okay.
So it's the ministerial task force or the ministerial
technical subcommittee.
Not the technical.
There's a subcommittee.
Yes.
There's a ministerial task force. Okay. Let me clarify it for you. There's a ministerial task force established by cabinet, and then that task force has a support technical committee.
Yes.
That is the technical committee you're referring to.
That I haven't dealt with them.
Please speak a little bit louder into the mic.
So there's a ministerial, the one that's set up by cabinet,
Yes,
and where the AG is the chair.
yes.
That's the committee or whatever that I deal with.
That's the committee you deal with, not the
Not
technical committee.
Not the technical.
All right. If you say a technical committee, then you're referring to the subcommittee. So now that is clear.
Yes.
You've had meetings with this ministerial task force?
I believe once.
Only one.
Yeah.
So all your instructions and the authority to sell would come from the AG.
From the AG's, yeah. From the AG's
From the
office.
AG. So you were asked about selling and the authority, and you keep referring to the ministerial task force. If you only met with the ministerial task force once, how were you receiving the authority or the directives for sale
From the AG.
from the AG? Was the AG telling you that he is receiving directives from the task force? Did he ever tell you that?
Not directly. It's, I think they will discuss and agree on a plan of action, and he's asked to execute.
Is this an opinion of yours, or is this something that the AG told you?
I would say it's my opinion.
Okay. But to be very clear, all the directives or instructions you received or the guidance when it came to sale came from the Attorney General at the time,
Attorney General or his office.
or somebody from his office.
Yes.
Who would be the Solicitor General?
Solicitor General or Mr. Binga. I don't know.
Mr. Binga.
I don't know
All
his
right.
title.
At the beginning of the receivership, the Attorney General, Mr. Abokar Tamedu,
Yes.
and then the Solicitor General was Chairman Mare.
Chairman Mare.
And then eventually, when these people left the Attorney General's chambers, currently you're receiving your instructions from Mr. Darajal.
Yes, Honorable Daudaja.
Okay. And Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas.
Very well. That is still to this day, the instructions you receive are from the AG and his team at the ministry,
Yes.
and never from the ministerial task force.
Everything is channeled through the office of the Attorney General. As I said, I believe I only had a session with the team you're referring. I think it's only one.
Only one. And what did you discuss with the task force?
I really cannot remember. I think they were seeking clarification or advice on some issue.
Was it related to land?
To be honest, I cannot.
You cannot recall.
I cannot recall.
No problem. Were there minutes when you attended this meeting?
No.
There were no minutes. Okay. But to be very clear, and for the record, that every time you received directives, it was from the Attorney General
From the Attorney General or his office.
or his office. Very well. And when it came to sale, all the directives were written
Yes, for the phases.
for the different phases.
Yes.
You would receive a letter or an email.
I think it would be a letter, but it will be sent via email.
Via email. Please produce these emails,
You have them.
all the directives,
All the all
for all the phases.
all the
We have
phases.
some letters from the Attorney General. Is this all?
The approvals, yes. Because don't forget, it's only 3 phases and then other assets.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. That's all, Honorable Chair.
Okay. So, Mr. Barre, I think you took note of some few things that you are assigned to provide for the committee. You have them?
Yes, I've noted. Do you want me to go through them?
Yes, please. Quickly.
Handing over notes of Augustus form and
Yes.
emails. I've already sent it.
Okay.
Minutes of meetings on handing over. I've already sent it.
Yeah.
Pictures of equipment located at Brikama. I've already provided that.
Okay.
Transfer of title to Mr. Ja, how it was done. We didn't transfer it individually.
You did not transfer the title individually.
Because of the number of assets. Payment plan for Comium. I need to give you how Comium paid.
Okay.
The dividends received from Guarantee Trust Bank from inception to date.
Okay.
To also look at Honorable Fofana's query, whether the total amount is 8.9 or 9.8.
Okay. Confirmation. Yeah.
Yes, and so also to Honorable Jamens to look at the additions,
Okay.
see whether the individual amounts total is equivalent to the total that they are showing.
Okay.
The empty containers that Honorable Fofana identified on
Yeah. Yeah.
cell number 54, the 20 foot and the 40 foot, the CV of Mr. Mapore, and now the fees received.
That's all right. Yes. Thank you so very much. We have now come to the end of today. Mr. Barry, Council, when do we summon Mr. Barry again for continuation? Did you confirm that? Are we proceeding tomorrow or
Yes, tomorrow, please.
tomorrow Friday?
Yes, at 10. We can start earlier.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Barry, we'll have you tomorrow Friday, at 10 o'clock for continuation.
I hope we'll be able to go and pray Jumat on Friday. Because you didn't allow us to pray Asher, you didn't allow us to pray Maghrib.
No,
So tomorrow just make sure that we pray Jumat.
you see, for us, we will be walking out, in and out, and then we'll be doing that. So if you want
So
to
you are
pray,
really not fair.
no, that's for you to request. If you request that you want to pray, of course, we will give you the chance to go and pray. We will not stop you.
Okay, so tomorrow
Tomorrow,
let's
please.
just make.
Please,
No, I'll be here at 10, but just ensure that
We we
cancel.
will definitely take a break around that time.
Yes, we will definitely.
Mr. Barry. Perhaps maybe exactly. But no worries, Mr. Barry. We will be taking break tomorrow during the prayer time.
Okay, thank you. We adjourn for today till tomorrow, 10 o'clock. So, thank you. Mr. Barry, you are released now.